We got 500 people in the room.
All right, we're doing good.
Yeah, 500. Y'all growing, y'all growing. It's 11:04. Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
All right, let me close this door because I hear echo.
Shabbat shalom.
My brother. Hey, giving all honor and praise and glory unto the Most High King of all creation, asking that he will guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised from everlasting till everlasting. Let's give him the glory. Yaakov, I want to thank you for stepping in last week, taking over. I heard that you taught a very good class. The people really enjoyed the lesson that you brought forward, and I'm thankful and grateful.
Oh yeah. Let me close the door. Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, and I gave it my best efforts. Okay.
Appreciate it. All right. So let's see where we at. Do we have anyone that'd like to open us up with a prayer?
I'll do it.
Go ahead, you have it.
Okay. Heavenly Father, merciful power, we humble ourselves as we come before you, asking your permission to approach unto your throne. All praises, all glory, all honor goes unto you and you alone, O Most High. We thank you for allowing us to come before you. We thank you for allowing us to rise up on this day, your holy Shabbat day, a set apart day, a time when we congregate with our brothers and sisters to bring you honor, to give you praise, and to glorify in your words, in your laws, statutes, and commandments that you left on record for us to not just obey, but to apply to our daily lives. And we thank you, O Creator, for choosing us out of so many to adhere to your word and to love you with our heart, O Most High. O Most High, we ask that you be with us through this lesson today, this Shabbat lesson, and that we gain knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, O Most High, from the mouth of the teacher that you have set before us on this day, O Creator. We thank you, Most High, for allowing all of our presence to be at peace, if it be your will, O Most High, and that we engage and we embrace all those that are coming forward for understanding, and that everything that is taught in a way of understanding. And if it's not understood, O Most High, that the floor is always open for questions to gain understanding, O Creator. I thank you, Most High, once again for Maish, for allowing him to be here today. And I ask that you guide his tongue, his mind, his heart, and allow him to bring forth what you have already placed in him. Toda Rabbah, Most High, for all things and everything. Toda Abi, Toda Rabbah, Selah.
Shabbat shalom, family.
Shabbat shalom.
All right, y'all are with me? Everybody, we all here? Y'all got my pull up the whole screen. Y'all like real big. I like it on this computer better. My computer like 21 inches. It's a little Apple, a Mac joint. It's 21 inches wide, big joint. And y'all just blown up. Y'all like right in my face. Who's that sister right there, Kiara Jones?
That's my coworker.
Hello, Kiara. Shalom to you. How you feeling?
Hey, how you doing? I'm okay. Trying to get this baby together.
How about you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well,
I'm putting you on the spot. I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, well, I'm 24 years old. I work at Dr. Sanika's office with Miss Medaya. What else? I do poetry. I read my Bible daily. I'm a caring person, a nice person, just all around a wholesome person. And yeah, that's about it, I guess.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you all too.
Yeah, my wife told me a little bit about you the other day. She seems to be very respectful and appreciative of your spirit. Shabbat
Oh yes, I'm always very open to her because yeah, she gives off a very good energy when I'm around.
She's a powerful sister. Hey, look, watch this, sister. I forget what your name is. What's your name? Sister I'm speaking to, what's your name?
Kiara.
Kiara, watch this, Kiara. Hey, family, what is it that I like about Kiara already?
A big
picture.
That big smile, that's right. That's how you do it. When you put up your picture, and my brother, see my brother Yaakov, that big smile on his face, that's how it is. I mean, when you look at a picture, and the picture be like, that don't make you feel good. When people got a big smile on their face and you see their photo, it brings joy to you. It fills you with a little bit of enthusiasm. What is that? Enthusiasm. It makes you feel
Enthusiasm.
That's what I said, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. I have the power to create my own vocabulary. I am Hebrew. Enthusiasm. So sis, I just wanted to say that to you, that keep up the good work. Keep them smiles going on. Sister Abigail, Shabbat, not you, Sister Abigail, the young one, Krista Cobb. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Abigail. How are you?
Shalom, how y'all doing? Shabbat Shalom.
Abigail, tell the family a little bit about yourself.
Oh, my name is, well, my real name is Krista. I have 2 children. I'm 30, and I'm surrendering to this way of life, trying to learn this Yah only life, and I'm realizing that it's a very it is a very discipline. You have to have a lot of self-discipline. It's different than just being able to go to church. Yeah. So
That's cool.
and it's like it just feels like trials, like the trials and stuff like that he's putting me through is like it's on all levels that I really couldn't even imagine when I started really actually trying to do this for real. Like I was like, wow, I thought I already passed that test. Like it was another one.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like he's really trying to see where my mind is at, like if my heart, like you get what I'm saying, like if I really am like want to be good.
Yeah, because a lot of people talk the talk, but a lot of people don't want to walk the walk. So you are absolutely correct. When you come into this way, and thank you for your comment, sis. When you come into this way, the Most High does test you to see if you're worthy. He does. So I would applaud all the new sisters to reach out, put your number in the chat. Maybe you could chat to a certain sister or something, because it's important that the sisterhood is bonded. We have a sisterhood group here. There's a couple more people here. It's more people than this. We got what, 700 in the room today? We usually have about 12,000. Well, 1,200, 1,400, anywhere between that and 1,600 usually. So there'll be some more people joining a little bit later on. But what you can do is there's a sisterhood meeting that takes place every Wednesday night now, I believe it is, where the sisters get in and they talk about female stuff. They talk about scriptures, but they keep it strictly with the females and they kick us men out. They don't let us even listen. I'll be in the background trying to eavesdrop, trying to listen a little bit. And I hear the door close. You're like, oh man. So they're real secretive of what they do. But let me tell you something. Now, a lot of people don't understand this. But one of the faults in our people is that we have no respect. We have no respect for ourselves. We have no respect for leadership. We have no respect for order. So when the sisterhood call their meeting and they close doors and they get the men out of the meetings, that's a form of respect. That's saying what we have is sacred and we want to protect it from y'all ears. Not that they're doing foul or evil things, but it's the simple thing that what they have, they want to show respect for. And I appreciate that. And Israel needs to learn how to respect each other, how to respect leadership, how to respect parents, how to respect authority. That's one of the problems with us today as a people. We don't respect anything outside of ourselves. And for the most part, we don't respect ourselves. So as normal, we're going to get into the lesson today. And as we normally start the lessons, we normally start off with questions and answers. So you can ask a question about anything in the world you want, anything, don't matter what it is. Just don't ask me for no money today because the day is Shabbat. I can't make no payments today. But you can ask a question about anything that you might not be familiar with, that you may want to know about, anything that you learned through the scriptures, through your studying, through your walk, however it is. This is my purpose, to serve, and this is what I'm here for. So who would like to be first? I don't all have to rush at the same time. Well, who would like to be first?
So I had a question.
Yes.
I wanted you to kind of expound on a discussion we were having earlier when I asked you about when they say that the dead do not praise the Creator. You know, when Solomon says the dead does not praise the Most High. And expound on that, because so many people will say like that once you pass, you know, you don't know, and you have no, you know, you're just gone basically. And so you don't have a connection no longer with the people here or the Most High. And so I just want to expound on that, because I know that many of us, you know, I won't say pay reverence to our ancestors, but, you know, we say like we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors, or, you know, Most High bless our ancestors' spirits, you know, and so on. So if you can expound on that, please.
Well, actually, from what I heard you said multiple things. So I'll expound on the multiplicity of the question you asked. First thing is, that was Solomon's opinion. King Solomon is a man, which means that he's not always right in everything that he says and everything that he does. King Solomon has never died and returned back, but yet King Solomon was one of the wisest men that ever walked the earth. Now, there's a lot of things about King Solomon that most of us are not aware of. And that is that King Solomon dealt with a science that we don't know, most of us don't know anything about. There's folklore about King Solomon where he used to sit on the carpet and he would say some words and command the demons to raise the carpet up and to take him around the earth. And they say that he used to draw maps. And the maps was like, some of the maps they have in possession today was like totally accurate based upon the writings of King Solomon. So they say, I'm not going to dispute it. It had to have gotten done some kind of way. And I understand a lot of things about the spirit realm that a lot of people might not want to accept. But a lot of things are said about Solomon. So he does have a knowledge of things that a lot of people, the ordinary man, wouldn't have. But at the same time, he wasn't perfect. So when it says that the dead does not praise the Most High, I totally disagree with that. That would mean that this life was the only life that we're able to worship the Most High in. The celestial beings, as we read in the book of Isaiah, the 6th chapter, when Isaiah went before the heavenly hosts, those malachim, or those angels, or whatever they were at that particular time, actually were called seraphims. And seraphim were the angels who stand before the Most High and praise this King forever. It took him into a different existence. And that existence that it took him in, he actually saw the heavenly hosts praising the Creator. So when Solomon says that that the dead know not anything, let's think about what Samuel, when the witch of Endor, there's a story in the scriptures where Prophet Samuel had died. And Saul went to the witch of Endor to bring back Samuel's essence from where it was, beyond the grave. When Samuel came back from beyond the grave, he said, "Why did you disturb my rest?" He was chilling. He was somewhere in a state of consciousness where he knew where he was. When he came back, he said, "Why did you disturb my rest?" And then he prophesied about what's going to take place tomorrow with King Saul. How could he do all that if the dead don't know nothing? Think about it. It was Solomon's opinion. And I'm sure that with the status of a prophet, even in the afterlife, he's still praising the Most High. So don't always listen to opinions and accept opinions as Torah, as law. Don't always do that, you know? Everybody's entitled to their opinion, just like Prince. Prince gave his opinion on a lot of things. But I usually classify it as my opinion, and you can accept it or you don't have to accept it. The other portion was about the ancestral worship. You should never, ever, 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 ever worship your ancestors. You can acknowledge your ancestors. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging them. My ancestor was this man, this man, this man, and that man, and I'm thanking the Most High for their life, because if it had not been for them, I wouldn't be where I am or who I am. Also remember, and this is going to be a jewel, some of you are already aware of it, but you carry a portion of your ancestors with you today. In your DNA is a part of the characteristic of your ancestors from thousands of years ago. Last night, I made a prayer. In my prayer to the Almighty, it was that He would release or open up that portion of the DNA within all of us to bring us closer to Him. Activate that portion of DNA within us. None of us are here by accident. All of us are here because the Most High is trying to activate that portion of DNA from your predecessors who worshiped Him. The Most High gave the law to the children of Israel at the foot of the mountain when He gave the commandments. He spoke the words to all the nation. And He says, I'm not just saying this to you who are here today, but I'm saying it to those who are to come. He's speaking those words into our loins. That word, the hearing of that word went into our DNA of our forefathers, and it was handed down to us today. That's why we are where we are today, calling on His King to the best of our ability, because He activated a certain part of our DNA. We got that from our forefathers who worshiped Him. Now, if you're not completely satisfied in the way that you worship the Most High, you will pass that on into your DNA. And one day, a descendant of yours will have a portion of you within him or her. What they do with it is based on a lot on what you do with it today. If you are walking in your righteousness and your integrity before the Creator, walking your integrity means simply don't do the things that you know are not right, pleasing, and acceptable to the Creator. That's walking in your integrity. So if you're walking in your integrity today, and then you pass, Creator forbid, but you pass, we're all going to go that way one day. So you pass 10, 20, 30, 40, even 100 years later, as you have children left in the earth, that job that you did in your worship to the Creator is handed down through your DNA. Listen, you're building up the fortitude to resist sin so that the next generation after you will have more strength in the spiritual realm than you did in your portion of your spiritual realm. You're passing that spirit on through your seed to all those who comes after you. Now, a lot of people might not understand that. A lot of people might not agree with that. But believe me, somebody in your past worshiped the Creator. And you are unlocking that in your DNA today. And that's why you're here today, calling on the name of this King. Are there any questions? All right. Well, I want to make sure that you all understand that you do not worship your ancestors. We have family members in our family that sometimes we go to their house and they're having events and they got a plate of food and a cup of water sitting on the side waiting for, as they say, an offering to the family who have passed away before us. Well, that's idolatry. And that's not how we are supposed to live this life. That's not how we're supposed to worship this king and serve him. Those things should not be done. That's idolatry. It's just that simple. It's no problem for you to thank your ancestors for what they did. I thank my uncle, my great-great-grandfather, Jimmy John, for whatever he did in my life that happened, that in his life that passed down to me. But you don't pray to your ancestors for anything. You don't look to your ancestors for protection. Only the Most High can protect you. Only the Most High can bless you. So everything you look for from the Almighty. And where does the Almighty exist? Where's his realm of existence? Somebody tell me, please. Can't hear you.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Everywhere. You are a child of the Most High, therefore you contain a portion of him even within you. You follow me? All right. My brother, you want to speak?
Yes, yes. Because we are, we were taught before in Christianity that he's only in heaven, but he's omnipresent. So omni means all, so he's everywhere. I mean, you can see the signs, you look at into what they call nature, and ourselves, because we are a creation of him, and he is everywhere. He's omnipresent, no different than the air, everywhere. He's everywhere.
That's right. This king is awesome. He's awesome. And think about this for a second. I see your hand, Ishi. Think about this for a second. When the Most High created creation, did he create within himself or outside? Think about that for a second. Did he create within himself or outside of himself? If the Most High created outside of himself, then that means that something is greater than the Most High. So the only thing with us knowing that nothing is greater than him, the only place where he can create is within himself. So if he created within himself, then that means that everything is a part of him. Can you follow the logic? Have I lost anybody? Have I confused anyone? Sister Kiara, do you have any questions? Because I was told that you are new to this way of life and this understanding, and I don't want to leave you out.
Oh no, I'm understanding a lot of what you're saying, and it actually makes a lot of sense too. I've been around people who have set up altars in their homes, and I see the money, and I see, like you said, the food, and it's offered to them, and I don't have no judgment towards it. I just don't partake in it. So I'm glad that you're speaking on it, because that's just a sign for me to depart from this person that I've been around, and I'm still seeing this type of activity happening.
That's good. That's a good acknowledgement. All right, Ishi, you got your hand up? You can lower your hand. Take the mic, please.
Yes, Ish. Basically my follow-up question was that even with the Most High being omnipresent, would it be fair to say that he does have a throne in the heavens?
All right, that's a good question. Very good question. And I know that a lot of people are like, yeah, you do got a throne. So how does he sit on his throne if he's greater than everything else? Throne only means superiority. It means his rulership. It's not a physical thing. It's an essence. Like if I'm the president for 4 years, my rulership is my throne. You follow what I'm saying? I have the power and the authority to do certain things. That's my throne, not a seat. Men, physical men, have seats, but the Most High is Yotzer Zivaot. Yotzer Zivaot. Yotzer means creator. Zivaot means of host. He's the creator of hosts. He's the commander of all things. So his throne, as we say, sits in the heavens above, but it's not like it's a chair or a seat. His servants sits in chairs and seats. So whenever you read the scriptures and it talks about, like in the book of Daniel, where Daniel says, I behold, and the heaven was open, and the Ancient of Days did sit. He's not talking about the Almighty. He's talking about a servant of the Most High, not the Almighty. Let's travel for a minute. In order for you to be considered the Ancient of Days, that means you have to be here before days was created, or in the beginning of when days got here. You follow me? Have I lost anybody? Okay. So if you were here, if you were in existence before days became into existence, then you will be considered an Ancient of Days. Would you agree? So anybody in the heavenly host, the word was what? Zivaot. The host of the Most High, those angelic beings that existed, pre-existed the earth, the formation of the earth, will be considered an Ancient of Days. But the Most High has rank and order in the heavenly hosts. You'll find that in the book of Joshua, the 5th chapter. I believe it's somewhere around the 9th verse, I think it is, where a soldier of the Most High's host came before Joshua when Joshua was out at war. And Joshua asked him with his sword out, the angel had his sword out, or the man had his sword out. And he asked him, are you for me or are you for them? He said, neither. As the captain of the Most High's host has I come. As the captain of the Most High's host have I come. He was a representative of the Almighty. In the heavenly host, they have rank and order. Now I'm gonna drop something on you that you might not be aware of, and if you are, you can expound on it a little bit. My brother Yaqub probably can do a little bit of traveling in this area. In folklore, the one they call Enoch, you know, when you read in Genesis and it speaks about Enoch didn't die, he walked with the Creator. Supposedly in folklore, Enoch still exists, supposedly. And he has a different name, and his name is Metatron. Metatron is supposed to be his name. And he sits in the heavens and he rules in the heavens by the Creator's command. He's assigned certain jobs and duties in the heavens. Do y'all understand me? Have I lost anybody? All right. Now I'm gonna drop something on you right now that I don't know if any of you know about, except those who might have walked with me for a long time, but I'm gonna just make it real small and brief. Every day has a certain spirit. You ever had a day that reminded you of another day? Just the feel of it felt like another day? Oh, I felt this feeling before. I'm familiar with this. It's because each day has a certain Elohim commanding it. Each year has a certain Elohim commanding it. Each decade has a certain Elohim commanding it. What is an Elohim? An Elohim is a power. It's a heavenly order. The Most High has rank. Each Elohim has a job. Each time of the universe has a certain Elohim commanding it. And now we're down on a physical level. The Most High has us running around, but when there's no leader, the people are in confusion. Therefore, a certain man or Elohim has to command the children of Israel. And the Most High says that time is coming again. It's here in the earth, but we don't want to accept what the Most High has ordained. And that's just natural. All right, my brother Yaqub, you had your hand up first.
Yes, and what you were saying is that's what they call I have an epiphany. Come from the the Greek try to steal the word name elephant. What's his name? Epiphany. But when you have an epiphany, something is like you recall something that's almost happened again, because a lot of time this is nothing new under the sun, as they say. And Enoch, because I read the book Enoch and the Secret of Enoch and all these other things. But he was there to govern the ninth ether, as they call it, different levels of heaven. So some people say when somebody died, did they go into the earth or their spirits are taken up into a certain place, the evil? So it's a lot of reading to understand, but when we try to use like how you use the metaphors, that we can get understanding, because like you said, sitting on a physical throne, we were always taught to use an analogy of a man or how we do things, but we have to learn to think outside of that. And how you describe the words will give us more of a descriptive understanding of what things mean. That's why I like to use metaphors to explain things that I like, fitness things, so we can have a better understanding how things work. Because we're stuck, if we think of ancient times, we might think of jungles because they told us about jungles, but we lived in plains, so we have to really think outside the box. And like you said, and then we'll get a better understanding, analogy of what the earth is. And because not to deviate, when we say above heaven, the earth is round, and then if you look anywhere on this earth, even though the earth is upside down, there's still a north pole and a south pole, right? So anything above them is actually heaven. So some of us are actually sitting upside down in the carnal mind, but they're not really upside down. So these are things we have to, it takes a while to get the understanding, because we're thinking out of the mind and the precepts of Europeans. So they have a different mindset. Okay. So that's where we have to change that. Yes.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And you're right. The Europeans have a completely different mindset. Ever since the Europeans have taken command of this earth, in the book of Job, chapter 24, I believe it is, the Most High says, the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. And ever since the Europeans have taken control of this earth, everything has been going to crap. Everything has been dying. Animals are going extinct. So many different things, death and destruction, have been prominent in the earth since the Europeans have been taking control over it. When we had control over the earth, we were about life. We promoted life. Continue to promote life in the future. That time is coming again. Think about it. Everything they created about death. The nuclear bomb, the atomic bomb, all types of things. It's all about death. But the things that the people of color, the Hebrew men, or just the people of color have been creating and inventing and formulating, it's always been about promoting life. And it's always been about enhancing or reversing the curse that the Europeans have placed upon the earth. Just do your research and check, and you'll see. It's about bettering life and not about destruction and killing and murdering and raping and robbing. And that's where the European's mind has been. He's been that way from his conception, and he's going to continue to be that way until he's annihilated. Do you know that the Europeans are being extinguished in the earth right now? Their seed is not populating. The European woman is not getting pregnant like Black women or women of other nationalities. The European women are not. I learned this many years ago from what's the Sheikh? Not Sheikh Anthony Diop. It's another author, very good historian who tells history. And this is when I was a young buck. I might have been like 30, 29, 30. And he speaks about, at this time, I know. He speaks about how at that time, Europeans was not producing children. So this was like when I was 30, like 9.5 years ago, like not here, like 9.5 years ago. He spoke about how he spoke about how Europeans wasn't repopulating in the earth, and that because they wasn't repopulating, their birth rate was declining. And now they say by the year of 2030 or 2050, the European nations would be under, like right now they're supposed to be the majority, they will become the minority at that particular time, supposedly within the next, what's this, 2022? So within the next 8 years, they're supposed to become a minority. Yeah, but this is a fact. This is real stuff. All right, Ishi, you had a question? You wanted to ask a question?
concern the throne thing again. I thought there was some type of story in scripture, something referencing like one of the most high hosts or angels, like protecting and fighting other evil powers, I guess. Like literally in war, protecting the most high's throne or something of that nature. Or maybe that was just a Christianity story. I'm not exactly sure, but I just kind of remember that. I just had that thought. So that's kind of what pulled me to, well, does he have some type of place in heaven that he resides, although he is omnipresent regardless? Because I thought that there was some type of story about an angel or a host of his protecting his throne, like literally at war.
No, no. Again, if somebody protects, well, first of all, we have to kill this concept, because a lot of people don't have any understanding on this. No disrespect to anyone here, but a lot of people don't have understanding on this. The Most High has no enemies. Do y'all understand that? A lot of people teach that Satan is the enemy of the Creator. How could the Most High be the most powerfulest thing in creation and have an enemy? There's nothing that can oppose him, nothing. If there was something that could oppose him, then he wouldn't be the most powerful thing. He would have something equal to or greater than or something, and there is nothing that can be in comparison to the Creator. Satan works for the Most High. He's a servant of the Most High. And you'll find that in the book of Job. In the book of Job, the Creator goes to Satan. He says, hey, Satan, did you ever look at my servant Job? Satan said, yeah, I looked at him. He says, well, what you think about him? Job says, well, if you remove the hedge about him, then he'll curse you to your face. The Most High says, if I remove the hedge, okay, Satan, go do what you can do to Job, just don't touch his life. Satan said, okay, thank you, Creator. Satan couldn't do nothing unless the Most High allowed him to do it. You understand? So all this stuff that they teach you in Christianity about Satan, throw it out the door. Satan is more obedient to the Creator than we are. And we are the Most High's children, but Satan is more obedient to him than we are. What was Satan made to do? Satan was made to tempt man, to test man, to challenge man. Is he doing his job? Is he doing what he was created to do? Are we doing our job? So who's more obedient? All right, I pray that I answered your question. Did I get you?
Wait. I'm sorry. So are you saying that I could have sworn there was something about like, wasn't there like Michael, some angel named Michael or something that
All right,
told?
what I want you to do is I want you to read the 10th chapter and the 11th chapter of the book of Daniel. Just go off to the side and read it. And
Okay,
that will be your answer to what you're asking for, okay?
say the book again.
The 10th chapter and the 11th chapter of the book of Daniel. And it will give you your answer, okay? We're going to read the 10th chapter today if we get into it.
Okay.
I got two books that I want to read today, and one is the 2 Samuel chapter 6 and Daniel's the 10th chapter, but we might not get into it. Y'all know how we do. It ain't no big deal. All right? All right. Sister Trucilia, Shabbat Shalom, my sister. You can lower your hand and open your mic, sis.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I was listening. I not too long came on, and I caught. This is what I caught. I caught that the Most High Kingdom has order, and within that order, He has what you may call messengers that has specific duties.
That's correct.
And those, well, when you said that, when I deduced that, I was thinking back to creation, and when the Most High said, "Let us make man in our image," and then I'm wondering when he said that, because according to how I grew up, the Creator is the only one that made man. He was the one and only that formed man or made man. And the term us is duplicity. It is like more than one. And so I am thinking that in addition to the Creator, he had other messengers or other messengers to help with that creation of man. So I am this is my thinking. So I wanted you to open that up and give me some feedback.
All right, we getting ready to get some work in, boys. This girl right here, when 2Samuel take the mic, boy, she be starting some stuff. I hope y'all got y'all pens, y'all papers, your pads, your notebooks, because you're getting ready to get some lessons. When you come here, you gotta have that pen, the notebook, the paper, the pad, or the recording device. You gotta have some stuff so that later on you can go back and check it out and prove Prince wrong. It's not that I know everything. I just know a little bit of stuff. So in your efforts of trying to prove me wrong, you'll either learn something or you'll learn something. So either way, prove me wrong, okay? 2Samuel, you touched on a very, very topic that I haven't heard anybody share and expound on it like me. I just never heard anybody. Not that they don't exist, but they just not, they don't come, who are they? Where they at? So here we go. The first thing is a powerful thing. And I understand your reason of logic. And a lot of the reason why you feel the way that you feel is because this is what's been taught to you from generation to generation to generation. And that is that the Elohim is inclusive of a creator, and that in the beginning they created the heavens and the earth and they created man. And when it says in Genesis 1:26, let us make man, in our minds, we think that the Most High is involved in that. Most High ain't got nothing to do with that. That's the Elohim, not the creator. And that's where I have to disagree with what your theory was, sis. And that's why it's a little bit of confusion to you. In Genesis 1:26, it says, let us make man in our image. Bezal Tenu is image, in our image, and let him have dominion over the earth. So that man was not made at that time. That was just a blueprint of something that was going to take place. The Elohim has the ability to take something before the creator and say, creator, this is what we like to do. What you think about that? But only the Most High can make something happen. Only he can make it and put it into effect. So when you say that the Most High created man, you was absolutely right. And if you look in the second chapter of Genesis, the second chapter, they don't say Elohim no more. Now they say Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the Most High. Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. If you read it in your book, it is saying the Lord God. But if you read prior to that, it says God. God is translated as Elohim in English. The word Elohim is translated as God in English. So everywhere when you see the word God, in Hebrew, it would be saying Elohim. But when you see the word Lord God or Lord, in Hebrew, it says Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the tetragrammaton. Has I lost anybody yet? Okay. So when you go to the second chapter of Genesis, they're not even talking about Elohim no more. Elohim was in the first chapter. The reason why they're not talking about Elohim is because everything is about to come into fruition. Everything that Elohim talked about, the creator is going to make it happen. And only the creator can create. Elohim can't create nothing. Only the Most High can create. So when you get down to the 2nd chapter and the 7th verse, it says in the Most High, you'll see what it says Lord God in English. That says Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Elohim, created. Now that next word is the Hebrew word that I just hold dear to my heart. And that word is Yotzer. Yotzer. Yotzer means to create. It could mean to form, but it means to create. Yotzer. Now there's a reason why in Genesis, the 1st chapter, it says, 1st chapter, 1st verse of Genesis, it says, and Elohim created man. It says, and these are the genealogy, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when Elohim created them, something like that. Bereshit bara Elohim. In the beginning, okay, that's what it says. It says, in the beginning, Elohim created man, created the heavens and the earth. In English, it says, in the beginning, Elohim. In Hebrew, it doesn't say, in the beginning, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh created the heavens and the earth. It says Elohim. And Elohim doesn't necessarily mean the creator. Elohim means powers. And who are those powers but the heavenly hosts? The heavenly host is not the creator. The heavenly hosts are servants of the Most High. They're his servants. So Sister Trucelia, when you say that only the creator can create man, you're absolutely right. The Most High created man. That first man that they talk about in Genesis 1:26, and they say, let us make man in our image and after our likenesses, that's the Elohim, the heavenly host. That's not the creator. When the creator created man, it was in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 7th verse. And the Most High created man from the dust of the earth and blew into him the breath of lives, and man became a living soul. So there's a big difference. So maybe one day we'll have to do another lesson on Genesis, the first and 2nd chapter, because that's going to take an extensive amount of time to elaborate and to explain slowly. And Sister Abigail, I see your hand. So before we move on, is there anyone who have a question about what I just said? Just open your mic and speak.
I did. About what
You did a lesson.
I'm sorry, say it again. Hold on, Sister Abigail, I got you. I got you. You're gonna be the next speaker.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, what did you want to say?
we're talking about what you just talked about, right?
Only what I just said.
Correct. Okay. So my only thing about what we just had talked about, you said we're going to do another lesson on it. Okay. Okay. So Genesis 2, the first part where it says, let us make man in our image, right? You're saying that in Genesis 2:7, when it says, and the Lord God, or in this case, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, right? When the Most High formed man out of dust of the ground and breathed breath into his nostrils, he became a living soul. Okay. So in the first part, you're saying that the heavenly host, it says that they formed something. So are you saying that they didn't create something, or did they create something?
No, they didn't create anything. What they did was they read a blueprint. And
But what does that mean?
A blueprint is an outline of what we would like to do. But only the Most High can actually make it come into existence. If you read the first chapter of Genesis, everything was formed from something else. There was nothing in the first chapter of Genesis that was created out of thin air. So the word that they translate as bara, it's a good translation as bara, but they translate it in English as created. And that's not a good translation. It should have been, and Elohim formed. In the beginning, Elohim formed, and it shouldn't be in the beginning, Elohim created. Because to create means that you're getting something from nothing, and only the Most High can do that. But people tend to think that when they say Elohim, Every time they see Elohim, they're talking about the creator, and they're not. All right?
Okay. Because there's also this theory that the first people, I guess, that the host, when we're saying blueprint now, but when it was taught to me, it was that the ancient hosts create these people, right? And these people were certain groups of people, but then the Most High created us, a separate group of people from the ground. You get what I'm saying? So people, there's like this theory that everybody was created.
Let that stuff go. Yeah, let that stuff go. Let them people, them teachers ain't here no more. Let that stuff go. We'll deal with that at a later time, though, okay?
Okay.
All right, when we do the lesson on Genesis 1, if you bring that stuff back up, we can spend more time on it. All right, Amy?
I was just gonna say, you did a lesson on this. I can find it and try to put the link in the group.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, it's on my YouTube page, I believe it is. Yeah, if you check my YouTube page, one of the two, it should be on there as well. All right, Sister Abigail, hold up.
Yeah.
My brother Elijah, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom, may the Most High be with you.
Shalom, 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 shalom.
Sister Abigail, you have the floor. I'm sorry for the delay. My apologies.
Oh, no, you're good. A lot of people raised their hands at the same time. I guess everybody had thoughts flowing in. So it was like two questions that I thought about. Now, the one question I was about to say, right when you said what you were just talking about, I did have a question about that. But she had, was speaking first. So, okay, so I just recently, I heard this before and I kind of was like, I don't know. And then it came back again with this Yah only person, it's a Yah only brother, whatever he had chat. He was talking about the us in the beginning. And he went back to Proverbs and basically said, and I just want to know what your thoughts on this were, or is there any truth whatsoever to what people are bringing out about this, is that it had to do with wisdom, that wisdom was with the Most High, Yah came from Yah and then works for Yah. And that's how the idea of, okay, I'm going to make man in the image of Yah in the flesh version, and then the woman being like in the flesh version, the image of wisdom being working for the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what they were saying, and they were using Proverbs to basically back that up. And I was just kind of like, I was kind of want to know what your thoughts were on that. And then I had just one more question about Enoch.
Okay. My thoughts on that is this. Wisdom itself had to have been there because everything is created out of wisdom. I would never dispute and say wisdom wasn't there, but what they interpret wisdom to be is something totally different. And I want to say something too. I love that noise in the background right here. That's our future.
Yeah, I was trying to block it out. I'm sorry.
Nah, you ain't got to block that, sis. That's our future. Without that, there will be no us in the world. So we got to keep doing that. We got to keep, it's an order to everything. We got to keep producing them children, man. It's extremely important. But we got to produce them and raise them up in this truth. So that means they got to be produced and be produced under certain circumstances and then raised up in this truth and righteousness. We have to do that. So don't even pay that noise no mind. I don't hear no noise. I hear lovely sounds in my ears.
I got her some Bible.
Lovely sounds, huh?
I got her some like Bible story coloring books and stuff, but they just kind of, that only entertains her for like a few minutes, and then she's off grabbing toys and talking to herself. So
okay, well, let her keep talking. She probably talking to them spirits. You just think she's talking to herself. Let her keep talking. Okay, so now that's my understanding of the principles of wisdom. Without wisdom, there will be nothing. But then when those other people try to come in and say that the wisdom was a female version, was a woman and all that other stuff, the word chakma, wisdom, it is feminine in the way that it's pronounced. But so is earth. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, it means something, but it doesn't mean what a lot of people are trying to teach, that a woman was there first and all that stuff. Nah, that doesn't have anything to do with it. We were not made in the image of a creator. So take that out of your mind. Don't let nobody tell you that stuff. People will try to teach that because Christianity taught it to us. The human body,
His image.
huh?
He meant, did he mean, you're saying not the literal image because he's not a man, right? So like his image, what he imagined?
Yeah, the image meaning, Bezaltenu was the word for image, and it means the form of, the likeness of, okay? We were not made in the image or the Bezaltenu of the Most High. We wasn't, okay? That's why our minds are not like his mind. Our ways are not like his ways, okay? So we was not made in the image of the Most High. Christianity will teach that to us, and a lot of Hebrew teachers will teach you because they haven't risen to the level where I'm trying to take you. Something totally different. I will go to the point and drop another jewel on you. When man was created in the beginning of Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 7th verse, it wasn't talking about Israel. It wasn't talking about Israel. It was talking about mankind, the men of the earth, not us. See, it goes so deep, man, that this thing, it goes so deep that this conversation would be going on forever. So when I give the chapter, when I give the story about Genesis, we'll deal with that then. Okay? What's the second part of your question, sis?
Okay. So the second part of my question, and this is a little, I don't know, forgive me if this sounds a little off, but it was just something I always was thinking about with Enoch. Right? So with Enoch, I had, you know that whole the idea of people speaking in tongues or whatever, right? So now this goes all the way. There was something that I found online, and I wasn't even really searching for it. It just kind of like popped up, and I was like, "What's this?" And it was like the Enoch language, the Enochian language or whatever, right? So, and I remember I seen these people, like these people that were saying they were actually like professing to be like in the occult and witches. They were basically saying like they could not get their mind onto that level to like try and communicate with the Most High in another language, like what people would call tongues, right? So the occult people refer to that as actually a light type of language, and then they were also referring it, trying to take it back to Enoch. And I was kind of wondering if could there be any, because I know you said that there are certain things that you understand in the spiritual realm that was passed on and stuff like that, and just correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, it could be going back to, because then I've seen stuff about it going back to African spirituality, stuff like that. So I want to know could it have been possible that some of these prophets that walked real close to the Most High, like Enoch, may have been speaking in like, you know what I'm saying, like speaking up to the Most High and something that other people didn't understand, only between them, and maybe somewhere along the way it got kind of twisted up and now it's all directed towards an idol JC, or could they have twisted it all together, and that actually might go back to African spirituality systems that weren't of the children of Israel. So I just want to know what your thoughts were on that, because that was some information that I saw out. And I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't like trying to actually look for it, but I just seen people talking about it. I seen people that were professing to be in the occult, and they were actually saying they could not get to their mind to that level that some of these Christians were. Like they could not open their mind up in that realm to actually try and communicate an angelic language or something like that, of what, I'm saying, they believe is angelic. So that was just something that came to mind.
All right, that's a good point. You bring out a lot of good stuff. You really do. You touched on so many different topics in that one question. Christianity teaches you or teaches mankind about another language. But that language that they speaking, I ain't got nothing to do with that. To me, that's more like a satanic language, because if you watch them, they look like they're possessed with something when they do that language. They bust their head, all they shaking, hit the floor, they blah, blah, blah. That, I don't see nothing holy and righteous about that. And you don't see anything like that in the Tanakh. Nothing, not even close. But what you do in the Tanakh is you do see where they speak to the Most High, they get things done. So when you speak about the prophets having a different language, absolutely. I wouldn't say a different language, but they have access to words that we don't have. They have access to words that most people don't have. Like here's one access to one word that everybody claim that they know, and that's the Most High's name. Nobody knows the name of the Most High, but they will tell you that his name is this. They'll tell you his name is that, but nobody knows the name of the Almighty. If the Most High's name was spoken but once in this earth, it will make the ground shake and tremble. Earthquakes, hurricanes, firecrackers, all type of things would take place if you spoke the name of the Most High just once. If you uttered even the first syllable of his name and you were correct. So when you speak about the prophets having access to a language, this is true. But they have access to the Hebrew, the original Hebrew language, but they can speak things and command things that normal people can't do. When Moses was standing on the mountain with his hands up raised to the heavens, and the east wind came and blew the part, pulled it apart and caused the dry land to appear, and the children of Israel walked over, Moshe stood on the mountain all day, all night, with his hands to the heavens. Was he saying anything? Of course he was. He was speaking and commanding through the Most High's authority for that wind to blow. He was commanding for that to open up. The wind within itself is an essence. And if you can control the wind, man, you'd be surprised of the ability you have with your mind. It's powerful. Many of the other prophets tap into that form of knowledge where they understood things that we today take for granted. Like, for example, when's the last time you walked in some dirt and let your feet get dirty from the natural dirt of the earth? When's the last time you did that? See, we take that for granted. We think that's an ookie thing, but our forefathers did it naturally on their own because they understood the process of being one with nature. Today, we haven't been close to nature in a long time. So that within itself is the opening up of a language. It opens your mind up to something that is not naturally facilitated in the world that we live in today. Because most of the time we walk around, we got shoes on, we got socks on, and we're preventing the natural resources of the earth to enrich us. Thereby, if we're not fully energized, our minds don't work properly to its fullest capability. How many times have you had a battery that just got deep or dull and you pushed the button on your flashlight and the light was real dim? That dim light will last for a period of time. But if you don't recharge it, that dim light will it won't serve its full potential. And that's what happens with the human mind when you separate it from nature. The closest thing we are to nature right now is that we still breathe air. We do for the most part. We still get to see the sun. But what do we wear on our heads? We wear protective gears to protect the sun from pouring the nutrients into our bodies. You understand what I'm saying to you? We've gotten so far away from nature. The only way we're going to fix this is to return back to nature. Then you're speaking that language. When you return back to nature to the best of your ability, it opens up portals in your mind. It allows your brain to be able to function. And what we now think is a foreign language will become second nature to us. But there are things we got to do to get back to that natural realization of who we are as a people. What they say, we use 1/3 of our brain or 1/5 of our brain, something like that. That's terrible. That means the rest of it is being wasted. Why is it being wasted? It's because you're not utilizing it. Why are you not utilizing it? Because it's not activated. How do you activate it? return back to nature and it will become activated again. So if you watch our forefathers, the prophets of old, they were all natural people. Even the foods we eat today dull our mental capacity. That's why the Most High has a dietary law. Think about this dietary law for a minute. Originally, when the Creator formed man, man was vegan. Man was vegan. And then later, man began to eat meat. And the course of nature went down and down and down and down. But the Most High made laws and say, hey, you can eat meat, just don't eat it with the blood in it because the blood contains the life. He gave us rules and regulations. But naturally, we were designed to be vegan. That means he had something for our minds. He had something for us. All right? So let's move on. Yes, my brother Yaakov, you were next, and then my brother Elijah. You have the floor, my brother.
Oh, yeah. You were talking about walking, barefoot. It's just called grounded. So when you're grounded, you need to be part of the circadian rhythm cycle. So we're not part of the cycle when we block out those energies. And also, there's some other things you were just elaborating on, but it is very important because we used to communicate in something called telepathy. Because sometimes I can look at you, we could be in a situation, and I can look at you, we can actually communicate without saying anything. And that is a power because we just don't invoke that, I would say, pineal gland, as we always talk about. And those things are not activated because we're not in touch with the word they use as nature or the creation. And when we walk back, he invokes a certain spirit, like you were talking about wind. Wind is actually a spirit, similar to that. You can't see it, but it exists. There's energy within it. So when we turn back, he turns on he invokes certain things in us where we have the capacity to learn certain things where others won't be able to. Just like our prophets, he knew them from their womb, but they were giving in our DNA. You can invoke certain things in those, in those 23 chromosomes for us to be able to do certain things. So that is an important thing for us to do and understand. There was a passage you were reading earlier, I think in Bereshit, Genesis chapter 5, 1 to 2. If you have a chance, can you kind of go over that?
Genesis 1 and 5.
Chapter 5, chapter 5, verse 1 and 2. Because again,
You want to
in
read it
English,
real quick?
huh?
You mind reading it real quick?
Yeah, because in English, what they do is a transliteration of the word. So they use capitals. For example, I'll read it. It says, this is the book of the generation of Adam. Adam is capitalized. So they're talking about the name they gave the peoples in the creation rather than the two individuals, right? So they use uppercase and lowercase. You see that in Psalms chapter 110, they use the uppercase Lord and the lowercase Lord. My Lord said to my Lord, David was talking to Yah, and then he was talking about Saul. So anyway, in the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. And it kind of points out what you're talking about. Male and female created he them. And now it translate the word, he created he them and blessed them and called their name Adam in the day they were created. So, when we first look at it, if we don't understand the original Hebrew language, then we'll miss it because each time they use Adam could be, there's three different meanings to Adam. Like, you have synonyms, antonyms, and homonyms. So it's good that, when we learn the Hebrew aspect of the word, we'll know what it really means, then take it face value and how they write it. Could they write it again in their eyes and what they were able to translate? Because not everything was given to them. They don't know. And they're going to give you what they interpret in the word. So that's what I had to say about those two pieces.
Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you. Appreciate that. My brother Elijah. Shabbat Shalom. You have the floor.
Shalom, shalom. Y'all covered a few
I can
things.
barely hear you. Can you speak a little louder? Elijah?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Saying y'all covered a few things. One thing I heard, As far as a prophet, Yah raised up a prophet when he has something to say. Yah talks to us through the Torah. You know, it's written down. Moshe wrote it down for us. But there's certain men that he allowed to find wisdom and understanding. Everybody claim they found it, but they haven't. Not on a level that they have found it. But they're not going to add to the word of Yah or take nothing from it. You had mentioned the word as far as Kano. Kano was a man. He mentioned certain men. He came down a certain lineage for a reason. He mentioned certain men, name who's written in the earth, because they were sons of the Most High. The arm of Yah always been here. The ones that Torah is in their heart, they always been here. Now he stretched the arm out. He chose a whole tribe to come near to him, Levi. So it wasn't. It's nothing new under the sun. It's just that after these certain men came, these men of renown that he been mentioned all the way down to Noah. These men of renown that he been mentioned has been doing this. They've been able to communicate with Yah. It's just when Moshe came, that's the first time he wrote it down. But Abraham kept his commandments, statutes, laws, judgments. So did Yitzchak, especially if they walk before Elohim. I hear him say, some people he referred to, they walk with Elohim. But then some men he say they walk before Elohim. So it's still good. It's still all good when he finished making everything. When he finished making everything, he looked back and saw it. He said it was good. It was very good. It was told me, oh. So we are in his image, after his likeness, something like him. We are little gods. We got dominion over the earth. We rule over this earth right here. That's how Yisrael was able to prevail over the angel. Who is this man that you know who my pop is? Yitzchak. Who are you? You know what I like about it? They didn't say that they were punching on each other. They wrestled. That's something different. When you strike a man, that's something different. So he knew, because you already gave him a dream. He showed angels going up and coming down. But if this person is who I think he is, he's going to have to go back. We went here on earth. We went here. We don't have dominion over heaven. You don't got no power over the wind to contain the wind, just like you ain't got no power over death. God judges us from the heaven. We here on the earth. And what was special about Moshe, he told him what to do. He said his right hand, his holy arm has brought salvation for. He told him to stretch out your hand, Moshe. The Torah is written by the hand of Moshe, because the hand of Yah is revealed to his servants.
All right, my brother. Thank you for the comment. May the Most High be pleased. Total Rabbah. Sister 2Samuel, you got your hand up? Lower your hand, please. Take the mic.
I just wanted to comment on something you said, and also Brother Yaakov. You said that we only use about a third of our brain, and Brother Yaakov said that we do have abilities that we haven't tapped into, such as telepathy. And I totally agree, because, and we do have some form of it, because it's manifested in different ways, such as, but it's not fully functional. Such as when you're thinking about somebody and they call, somebody's on your mind, and then you happen to connect with somebody who connects with them, and we do have some. It is not fully functional and it's not perfect, but it's there. It's just you have to know how to open it up and tap into it. And we have to be connected to the energies of the Most High, whatever you call that, in order to have it fully functional. So I just wanted to say that because we do have some form, but it's not fully and some of us don't know it. You know, we call it some other words. It has some other kind of meanings or some kind of connotations, but it's there. It's there. That's what I have to say.
You're absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. You're absolutely right. It's there. Do we have any other questions or comments before we move on? Have I answered all your questions? All right. No other questions, no comments before we move on? All right, let's get into a lesson.
Thank you for letting me back in. I do apologize.
Why wouldn't we let you back in? You are our sister, why not?
I know, I apologize. I had to leave a little abruptly.
It's all right, sis, do what you gotta do. Nobody's holding you hostage here. Nobody's keeping you hostage.
That's
All
good.
right.
Ain't no nature boy stuff.
No. This is what we're gonna get into. Could everybody please open your books to 2 Samuel chapter 6. Isha, could you read for me, please? 2 Samuel chapter 6.
Which one?
Start at verse 1. We're going to read the whole chapter. Now, this is going to talk a little bit about our father. What did you want to say?
I said, which Isha?
You. This is going to talk a little bit about our forefather. His name is Dawid. King Dawid. As I was so well informed today, King Dawid. And she's absolutely right. King Dawid. You know, when people get positions and titles of nobility, we should honor that. There's nothing wrong with that. Today, us as a people today, we don't like to do that. I don't know why. It's hard. You know, this European man did a hell of a job on us, man. He did a hell of a job on us. We are so selfish. We're so self-hating. We just, we got so much work to do. You know? I've always had a question that I've always wanted to ask. I asked it several times before in the past. But why is it that, and this goes for both men and women, why is it that I can meet an older lady and say, hey, shalom, Ima, and you know, gently bow and give her a hug and say shalom to her. But when I meet an older man, I don't say shalom, Abba. Why is that? I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's that ego thing that the Europeans have installed in us. People who are of age, who have earned that respect, should be greeted as such. It doesn't have to be your biological father. There's a lot of brothers, like the brother that in Goshen with me, Nasik Rab. His father was Moreh Mishael. When I talk to Nasik Rab, or any of his brothers, and I'm speaking about Moreh, I call him Abba. I say, hey, remember Abba used to do this? Abba? Now, I knew the man. I knew him. We had a personal relationship, a very, very close personal relationship. But when I speak to his brothers, I give him the respect that he deserves. He was an elder, but he wasn't just an elder. He was a profound elder in Israel. So we got a brother named Principal. And some of you might be aware of Principal. He's still alive, from Shema Yisrael. When I speak to his sons, I refer to him as Abba. And I noticed that they would kind of like get a little bit of standoffish with me when I would mention that. But we have to learn who we are as a people. Your father is my father if he's a man of honor. Your mother is my mother. She's a woman of honor. And we have to be willing to travel in that realm. Other than that, we're playing games. And Prince don't like to play games. I don't like to play games. I'm just about it. Sister Abigail, you had a question? You got your hand up.
Oh, yeah. What was the scripture again? I just forgot. With the 2 Samuel was what?
Six, chapter 6.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Are there any questions before we proceed? No questions? All right.
I have one. I just didn't raise my hand.
Okay. Well, how am I supposed to know you got a question? You don't raise your hand.
That's what I'm saying. It's telepathy again. But anyway, just 3 days ago, I was discussing this with someone, and I talk about the what we will say the hierarchy of Israel. Why don't we, about the kingship, like saying why do we call him David when he was like our Mashiach, to say. I'm going to use that word lightly, but it's the same thing. We have a type of we come from a type of, I don't want to use the word monarchy, but we have kings, queens, prince, princess, and all these other things. And that's why if we start addressing ourselves, it gives some more, because we are noble people, we're royal people. And, and those things are very important for us to do, because we're not just how the administrative is set up around the world. We are the administrative of the Torah. So we really need to maybe do a lesson on that, all across the board. So everyone can share that information, because we have to address ourselves, carry ourselves, dress like that, because we are royal people. We are. Just to make that point.
This is true. I had a dream the other night. I don't even know if we're going to get into 2 Samuel, but we're going to try. I had a dream the other night, and I shared it with my Nashim. And in my dream, the Creator called me a name that I had never been called before. And it was like strange to me, and I was wondering like what it meant. And the name was Crown Prince. Crown ordination was a whole ordination process in my dream where I was being elevated. And after that, the name that was given to me was Crown Prince. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just got a message on my computer that said my internet is unstable. So I don't know what that means. And I just wonder what that means, what the Creator's trying to tell me. Now, before I received the title Prince, the Creator gave me a dream that they was going to call me Prince, but he said it. They're going to call you Prince. And then a couple of days later, I get the phone call, will you accept the title of Prince? I said, hey, okay, cool. So I only wonder what that dream means. I don't know. I got a big meeting tomorrow. They might be trying to call me Moray again. Yeah, don't even matter. All right. Are there any questions? All right, Ishi, take the floor, please. Let's watch how this gathers. I thought it was very important that we read this today. It will give us a great lesson about conduct and other things. Stop correcting me when I don't need to be corrected. Let's go on. Let's move on. That's how we have to deal with life. That's the manner of life. Read on, please.
Okay, this is 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 1. Again, King David gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. And
King David, and what I want to do is I want to read the whole chapter first, and then I want to go back, read it again, and break it down. So go ahead, please.
Okay, verse 2. And King David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baal of Judah to bring up from thence the ark of the Most High, whose name is called by the name of the Most High of hosts, that dwelleth between the cherubims. And they set the ark of the Most High upon a new cart and brought it out of the house of Abinadab that was in Gibeah. And Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, drave the new cart. Verse 4. And they brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was at Gibeah, accompanying the ark of the Most High. and Ahio went before the ark. And King David and all the house of Israel played before the Most High on all manner of instruments made of fir wood, even on harps and on psalteries and on timbrels and on cornets and on cymbals. And when they came to Nikon's threshing floor, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of the Most High and took hold of it, for the oxen had shook it. And the anger of the Most High was kindled against Uzzah, and the Most High smote him there for his error, and there he died by the ark of the Most High. And King David was displeased because the Most High had made a breach upon Uzzah, and he called the name of the place Peruzuah to this day. And King David was afraid of the Most High that day and said, how shall the ark of the Most High come to me? So King David would not remove the ark of the Most High unto the city of David, but King David carried it aside into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. And the ark of the Most High continued in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite 3 months. And the Most High blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. And it was told to King David, saying, the Creator hath blessed the house of Obed-Edom and all that pertaineth unto him, because of the ark of the Most High. So King David went and brought up the ark of the Most High from the house of Obed-Edom into the city of David with gladness. And it was so that when they that bear, yes,
Was just it's Obed-Edom.
huh?
Say
Shalom.
Obed-Edom, it's Obed-Edom.
Obed-Edom. Okay, Todah sis. Verse 12. And it was told to King David, saying, oh no, I just read that, I'm sorry. Verse 13. And it was so that when they that bear the ark of the Most High had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed oxen and fatlings. And King David danced before the Most High with all his might, and King David was girded with a linen ephod. So King David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of the Most High with shouting and with the sound of the trumpet. And as the ark of the Creator came into the city of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looked through a window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Most High, and she despised him in her heart. And they brought in the ark of the Most High and set it in his place, in the midst of the tabernacle that King David had pitched for it. And King David offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Creator. And as soon as King David had made an end of offering burnt offerings and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Most High of Hosts. And he dealt among all the people, even among the whole multitude of Israel, as well as to the women as men, to everyone a cake of bread and a good piece of flesh and a flagon of wine. So all the people departed, one to his house. So then King David returned to bless his household. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet King David and said, how glorious was the king of Israel today, who uncovered himself today in the eyes of the handmaids of his servants, as one of the vain fellows shamelessly uncovered himself. And King David said unto Michal, it was before the Most High, which chose me before thy father and before all his house, to appoint me ruler over the people of the Most High, over Israel. Therefore will I play before the Most High, and I will yet be more vile than this, and will be base in my own sight. And all of the maidservants which thou hast spoken of them shall I have been in honor. Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child unto the day of her death.
All right, let's go back up to the first verse. My brother, you got a question?
Yeah, I just had I just acknowledge something and I appreciate it. So hope nobody get mad. I don't see this very often, you know, coming from, you know, I noticed when one of your, well, I don't know, Nashem is for the word for the wives?
Oh, yes.
Well, so when one corrected the other, they didn't catch attitude. She just appreciated the correction and continued. And that is a good sign in Israel to see, because a lot of ladies and men, they come into the word and they put an appearance of being Israel, but they're not obedient. They don't show the love. And I thought that was a lot of love to see. And love's an action word. So I really appreciate to see that, ladies, and everyone else. I mean, I see that singular with families, but when you see it in this capacity, I really appreciate that as an elder to say that much.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you. I know there's hope.
Yeah, we got a lot of hope going on, man. We got a lot of hope in Israel. We just gotta get those who are hopeful and put them all together. And then we can create and form something powerful. As long as the hopeful people all spread out, we don't get to see it too often, the positivity of Israel. So I appreciate that acknowledgement. And I know that did their heart good. So I seen this one smile. The other one can't see her face, but I'm sure she smiled also. But thank you for acknowledging that. Believe me, it's a lot of hard work, but we're getting there. We're getting there. May the Most High be praised. Total. Yes, Abigail, you had your hand up or no?
Oh, no, that was you said Most High be praised, and I
Oh,
went.
okay. There you go. All right, do we have any questions before we move on? All right, I'm surprised. Now, what I would like to have at this time is I would like for some of you, just in a few words, you don't have to take long, like maybe 30 seconds if so, give what you thought stood out about that chapter. Yes.
I do have a question. I'm sorry, I thought we was gonna break it down.
We
if
are
I-
going to break it down. We're going to break it down after everybody get their opinion, but go ahead.
Okay, do you want me to hold my question then?
No, go with your question. You have the floor.
Okay. It says Uzzah, hopefully I'm saying that his name right. Uzzah touched the ark and the Most High was displeased with that, so he died. And then David was scared and didn't want the ark near him because he was scared of it. But then, the Most High, he saw that the Most High had blessed that other house that it was in, and then he took it. So I guess my question is, or can we even see from this chapter really, but why was the Most High upset that Uzzah touched the ark, but then when King David and I guess his servants grabbed it to take it home, he wasn't upset with that? Because I thought nobody could touch the ark, or maybe it's just certain people. So that's my question.
Nobody was supposed to touch the ark. And yes, there were certain people that was allowed to touch the ark. And those people had to be Levites. But what happened is this chapter doesn't explain it very well, like the other chapters do, the other chapter where it is. But if you notice, they were carrying the ark upon a cart and brought it out the houses of Abinadab that was in the hills. But the ark was supposed to be carried on the shoulders of the priests. And it wasn't. The camels, I think it said that one of the oxen stumbled. Is that what it says there? One of the oxen stumbled and the cart shifted. And that's what made it happen.
Mm-hmm.
All of that was wrong. None of that was supposed to have been done that way. They were supposed to follow the commands of the Creator, and the Ark of the Covenant was supposed to have been carried by men. Therefore, we wouldn't have had that accident. So who's to say that the Most High didn't cause that ox to stumble just so that they would get it right and do it right? It's disrespectful for people to try to worship the Creator the way that they want to worship the Creator, as opposed to the way that the Most High tells you to do it. The ark wasn't supposed to have been carried in that manner. Does that answer your question?
So I guess with that then, when it says in verse 13, and it was so that when they bear the ark, I think this is King David now, and it was so that when they bear the ark of the Most High, had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed ox and fatlings. What does that mean? Who sacrificed? The Most High sacrificed oxen and fatlings?
No, David was sacrifice an ox at that time.
Oh, okay. So, and are we to understand that when they were carrying it, that it was on
The
the
shoulders of men.
oh, not the cart.
The second time they would have
It
done
was a
it.
cart.
The first time it was on a cart. It was wrong. It was ox carrying it. It was wrong. The second time they would have corrected their problem and it would have been done the right way.
Okay, so they're carrying it themselves then.
Yes.
But-
Okay.
On a cart though, right? They're not actually touching it.
You have to have it on a cart.
Right, okay.
The
Just-
box itself had to sit on some type of surface, and then the men would carry the staves to carry the ark.
Uh-huh.
I think Brother Yaakov put something in the room, First Chronicles 13:7. And that would also be likely to tell us where the other instance of this being done at. But the point I'm trying to make is that the Creator gave us certain instructions when carrying the ark. But when you don't follow those instructions and you go into your own mind, sometimes the Most High will cause you to regret going into your own mind. Like the brother, he grabbed the ark when the ark was falling. No man is supposed to touch the ark. You follow what I'm saying? Okay. My brother Elijah, you have a question, something you want to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it says it in, what is it? In Shemot or Numbers, the midbar, what they call Exodus or Numbers say that certain men are supposed to carry the ark. You carry it on their shoulders, like bro said. And it ain't even all the families of the Levites. It's only the sons of Aaron that can come there and they can look on it. I think it was the sons of Kohat or something, but it's supposed to be carried. And I'm gonna say the obey is better than sacrifice. You can think you doing something, but if you ain't listen to what he told you, he said, hearken to my voice. So I heard it say the oxen stumble. I ain't even hear it say that it was falling. He caught it. It sounded like they probably ain't even had to touch it, but probably was just a natural reaction. But you shouldn't have been doing it that way. And somebody had to go. That's the way Yah is. You don't hearken to his voice. He take lives. He take lives. Somebody gonna have to go. One gonna be Melech Dawid. And he said, you can see why he was afraid, because Dawid, he might have thought like he meant to do something good. He was praising Yah, but like Yah, go ahead and take a life like that. When I'm trying to praise you, yeah, you better be afraid. Be very afraid. Be very afraid. But he got it right. We say you reprove a wise man, he get wiser. That's a proverb. He got it right the second time. He ain't had to worry about that no more.
That's right.
But bro probably get back. But I'm gonna say something about his own wife said something. So with envy, but I love bro when we get to that part.
Very good. Thank you, my brother. Sister Tucilia.
Yes, the family that held the ark,
Was that Murari?
were they priests or
Yeah,
just
they were priests.
they were priests? Okay. That's all.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments?
I'm sorry, just to clarify. So you said the people that were carrying the ark with David the second time were priests.
Yeah. They had to have been. It wouldn't
They
have been
had to
allowed.
have. Okay, they had to have been.
Sister Tucilia, you have your hand up. Do you have a question?
No, I just didn't lower it. Let me lower it.
Okay, very well. Are there any questions before we proceed? Does anyone want to give their understanding other than my brother Elijah? Anybody else want to give their understanding of what we just read before we go into it? What stood out? What hit your mind? What did you say? Wow. How did this come alive to you in your life? You're not being forced to say anything. If you don't have anything to say, you don't have to. But we about to delve into it and we're gonna cut it up. Anybody want to say anything before we begin?
Yeah, I just want to say that by being ignorant, and I'm ignorant in a bad way, ignorant and not knowing the laws of the Torah, even David might have known it, but he might have forgotten at the time. And that could cause others to perish, because the Malak, the king has a responsibility to always write upon the law every day. And so in the action, in the administrating of the community of Israel, some of his bad bad decisions can cause death, because the father is impartial. He doesn't care who you are. Like Brother Elijah said, he will destroy you. And that's how he is. Moses, a lot of examples. So that's why he was like, whoa, I thought I did the right thing. No, when you check the law, like Brother Elijah just said, it says certain people got to carry it. And the father was, okay, I'm going to make this fall down, and this guy's going to reach out, and that's who it is. I don't care how he meant. We mean well on certain things, but it's not according to what the father says. So that was vain, basically. Even though he has a reaction to reach out, something falling. If somebody flashed their hand in front of your face, you're gonna blink, right? So that's just a natural reaction, but unfortunately, it's how it works. So we have to be very mindful, have fear or reverence what he tells us to do at all times. So we don't lose, have sorrow for certain things, because the king was responsible for the death of that person at some,
That's
So
right.
that's what I have to say. Sorry about that.
Shut over, my brother. Sister Tucelia,
Yeah,
raise your hand, please.
I was, oh, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, somebody's trying to get through to me. I think David was well-intentioned, but in being well-intentioned is not enough. You still have to follow the law, and the law says this, and we have to go by the laws, or there'll be consequences. And I mean, I was at first angry when I heard that text. I would say I was angry, because it's very natural to prevent something from falling when I think Uzzah or Uzzah did it with good intentions, but just like David was very enthusiastic about serving the Creator and doing what he wanted to do to serve the Creator, Uzzah was also impulsive. I guess we shouldn't do things on impulse either. We have to think about it. But it's very natural for us to put out our hand or to save something if we feel that it's going to be a disaster. And so I was pretty angry when you read that text. But then I realized that there are natural consequences. If there's a law and we don't abide, whether we're ignorant of it or not, there's going to be consequences. And so when they say the Creator kills him, right? I believe that disobedience to the established law killed him. Disobedience killed him. I mean, you could have said the Creator could have saved him because he it's an impulse thing. But I feel that there would not have been a lesson. The Creator's intention is to save a nation, and he uses individual incidents to teach us lessons. So that's my thought. I was pretty angry, but now I'm kind of looking at it a different light.
Very good. Really much appreciated. Amy?
And I just, I think we're talking about the whole chapter
Yes,
or just,
the whole
okay.
chapter.
So, pretty much, okay. So pretty much everybody kind of said the whole thing about the ark and, you know, following order, following instruction, correctly, and obeying what the Most High says. It's just like obeying, you know, what your parent says. A lot of times, like if you liken it to that, like if your parent tells you over and over the stove is hot, and then eventually you touch that eye that's burning and you burn your hand, you know, it's a lesson. They've already told you, but you didn't follow instruction. The other part I wanted to bring out was his wife, when she looked out the window and she got vexed. It says she hated him for his dancing and the way that he was, I guess, because he removed his garments and danced for the creator. But her insight was just, she was more thinking of the physical aspect of what he was doing and not the spiritual, and was offended by him being uncovered in front of women, instead of just understanding that he was actually just giving his praise to the creator. So it brought out that it shows, you know, a lot of times that sometimes you can, you know, you can have wives or a wife, and if they're not in tune to who you are spiritually, they can be just throw me off. They can be an adherence to you instead of a support. And so what she did by even looking out the window and hating him in her heart, it already showed a separation there. And I think as women, that's something that, you know, I've said this before, I think in one of my lessons, I was talking about how when you marry a man, whether he has a title or not, you have to know his spirituality and what his purpose is. Because if you marry him just because he's a man and you want covering or whatever it may be, but you're not marrying you're not marrying him and completely understanding his essence, then you can be a problem to him versus you could be a liability versus an asset. And so I think when they brought that out, she was more of a liability because she only saw the physical and she didn't try to go deeper into it. And later she was punished. I guess different books say different things, but in my book, of course, it says that she had no children until the day of her death. And I think because of where her heart lied, which was undesired unto her husband. And I just thought about that because I know we talked about this earlier, but her hating him basically turned her desire against him. So, you know, why would the creator bless a woman anyway if her desire is not to her husband? So I just wanted to bring that out and just, you know, remind us as women that, you know, it's very important, just as it's important as for a man to be picky and diligent in who he chooses as a wife. It's the same thing as a woman. Just because a man likes you, you have to know, you have to decide if you even ready to be with that type of male and understand who he is and his mission, and see if you are able or even capable of stepping into that role with him. That's it.
It's a wonderful example for the world to see. Very well put. Sister Abigail, do you have a question?
Yes, sis, Princess, can you put your Facebook name in the chat, because I'm gonna add you back. I got off of Facebook for a minute, but I had to walk into the kitchen, and I just like heard basically the last chunk of what you said, but I feel like that was really vital information about the woman who, because of where her heart was at, she had got cursed because her desire wasn't to her husband, like she hated him. And then you said other things too, but if you could just put your name in the chat, because I'm gonna request you and I want to just chat with you.
Okay, no problem.
more about that. Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Each one,
You're welcome,
each
sis.
one, each one help one, each one serve one. Then that way you got a unit. And that's ultimately what it's all about. Elia, you have a question?
I was gonna say too, remember too, if you finish reading Shemuel or Chronicles where it says she died childless. Remember he took her sons and killed them. Remember when it was 3 years of famine back to back in the land, and Melech Dawid went to go inquire. Like, why is it? It says because of what Melech Shaul did. Because remember when they came in when they first came in the land, and no men disguised themselves as Yehoshua. But they agreed to make, they promised, they swore that they wouldn't kill him. But Shaul, he went and later on, he went and killed them. So Melech Dawid, they asked, what can we do for you? They're like, we don't want nothing from you, Melech Dawid. We want his sons. And Melech Dawid, he delivered her children up to him. So you ain't even hear like the men said nothing about him dancing and something and you know being vain. The men ain't say nothing to him because it wasn't like that. You ain't get the impression it was like that. But that envy, it could be rotten in your bones. You literally kill yourself with it. It's not jealousy.
Say
Because
what
y'all
that
is
is.
jealous.
Tell us about that envy again. What that envy do?
Envy is rottenness in the bones. You literally killing yourself. You kill yourself with envy. You can kill yourself. That's not jealousy. Jealousy, y'all is jealous. I got zeal. I'm jealous for y'all's sake, but envy. And you talking about coveting somebody else's stuff now. Now you talking about coveting a portion now. You talking about something totally different. But for her to, you know, and she probably seen Melech Dawid when he was a young boy, and his pop, you know, don't forget my pop was a king. Melech Dawid, my heart gonna boast itself in Yahweh. Yeah, I am greater than your father's house. Yeah, I am. He said, I'll be based in my own eyes. And I'm saying, women, you talking about, I'm gonna get honor from them. You ain't even hear men talk like that. You ain't no man say nothing to him about dancing, and because it probably wasn't like they ain't getting. He's a righteous man. He was righteous. You can't judge him. You cannot judge him. You asked for a king, so he judges you. You can't say shit to him about nothing. It's too high. You can't attain to it.
All right, my brother. I totally agree. Let's move on. Jacob, lower your head, please, and take the mic.
Yeah, similar to exactly what Brother Elihu said. Same thing, because with Queen Vashti, the same thing happened during the time of in the book of Esther, I think it is, that she, you know, she embarrassed the king, and the king rules regardless. The king rules, and by showing disparity, like they didn't show unity, and that becomes a problem. The king's voice is the last in that rulership, you know. So it's definitely something we have to be mindful. There's a list, and you know, especially Yahad was a King David was a righteous man, and then he was standing in the house where the father used to be, surpassed him because Yah put him in that house. So she was just, you know, she had envy. Definitely, it was a great description by Brother Elihu. That's what I got to say.
All right. Yo, Casey. All right. So now, I want y'all to know the Most High is building back his forces right now in the earth. He's building it back right now. He's raising us up in this day and time to understand order, to understand discipline, to understand what's needed for us to be unified. He's doing that right now. You have to be of the spirit that is willing to walk in the spirit of the Most High. And if you're not, then he'll just move you to the wayside. But if you are, the Most High will bless you and protect you. Are there any questions? Can I continue? All right, Ishi, let's travel. We get ready to break this scripture down. We're gonna do some stuff now, y'all. Got your notebooks and pens? Let's get busy. Start at verse 1, please.
Okay, 2 Samuel 6, verse 1. Again, King David gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000.
Now stop for a second. You see what it says? He got a select group of men, a special group of men, and the number 30,000. He could have just went and got anybody, but he got a select chosen men. These men was chosen for this assignment. Keep that in your mind. Chosen men. Are you chosen? And if so, what's the assignment that the Most High has for you? Feel it in your heart and see what it is the Most High is saying to you. And if you feel you're chosen by the Most High and he has an assignment for you, follow it to your greatest intentions. Obey the Most High's voice. If you know he has chosen you for a particular job, a particular purpose, don't let nothing get in the way, because the adversary is out here and the adversary is strong. And when the adversary see the children of the Most High standing up for righteousness, trying to do something positive for the people, what is the adversary's job? To oppose the people of the Most High. So he'll do and say and try to throw little things in the game to get you twisted in your mind, to take you out of your position that the Most High has chosen for you. You got to fight against that. No matter what the adversary does, say, or think, it's only to cause you to become cloudy in your vision so that you will lose focus of your purpose where you fit in. You know what your job is. Go with it. And if you don't know what your job is, go ask the Creator what's your portion in all this and see what he tells you. These 30,000 men were chosen, handpicked for a purpose. Read on, let's see what's happening.
Verse 2, and King David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baal of Judah to bring up from thence the ark of the Most High, whose name...
Stop there for a second. Do you all know what the ark of the Most High is? You say, why would David need so many men? Do we know what the ark of the Most High is?
The covenant?
It's that box. The ark was a golden box overlaid with gold. So it was extremely, extremely valuable. He had to have security. He had chosen 30,000 men to guard it. Because there was bandits, there was criminals, looters all over the place. But those men wasn't just regular men, they were chosen men. Men who could take down about 15 men on their own single-handedly. That's what it means by chosen. Some of the chosen men of King David could take on 100 men by himself. That's what scripture says. What that means is that these men was fully able and capable of protecting the most treasured, precious thing that we had in our possession. And that was the Ark of the Covenant. We just got it back. Read on, please. Let's see.
Is the Ark of the Covenant the 10 Commandments?
The 10 Commandments rest inside of the Ark of the Covenant. Remember when we read about the Ark of the Covenant? It was a box when it had two cherubims on top of it, and their wings, they sat facing each other, and their wings covered the mercy seat. That's the Ark of the Covenant. So
and the commandments are inside of it.
Inside of it, and Aaron's staff's supposed to be inside of it. So it was overlaid with pure gold. That made it extremely valuable. Oh, y'all hear me? So how could he walk all that distance and not have security? Not 5 or 10 men. He had 30,000. He was a king at this time. He had dedicated men that would put their life on the line to preserve his life because they understood how valuable the leader was. Today, oh man, oh, he's just Prince Cass. I went to a funeral yesterday. Creator, be my witness. I went to a funeral just on this Kamishi Thursday. This Thursday night, I went to a funeral in New York. And this is the kind of mind I got. I don't know where y'all at, but this is the kind of mind I got. I'm riding to the funeral and I'm saying, I'm not supposed to be going to this funeral by myself. I'm a prince. I should have men with me to protect and preserve my life. But you know, in today's time, those men don't exist. So what you got to do is you got to drive on your own and you got to present yourself in places where you don't know what's there waiting for you. Think about it. King David never moved like that. Leadership should never move like that. Never. They should always have people there for that purpose. We have not gotten established like we're supposed to be yet. And most of our men who are in positions of leadership, most of them don't move like that. But that doesn't mean that's not how we're supposed to move. We have to imitate the actions of our forefathers. And the prominent men in our nation, that's how they moved. I was with my daughter the other day, and this is just talking a little bit. And we opened up an Airbnb here in Philadelphia, where now people call up and they rent the room and do all that stuff. So I had to go down there. My daughter was with me, and I had things to do in the Airbnb, but I had other things to do somewhere else. My daughter said to me, Abba, you shouldn't be doing this. You should be somewhere chilling, sipping on a tea somewhere. This shouldn't be your portion. What does that mean to me? That means that my daughter sees what I don't see. My daughter, in her mind, feels like, Father, you should be somewhere doing something else, relaxing. Other people should be doing this. I agree with her, but I can't do that right now because I have things to do and I feel like others ain't gonna get it done right. So I had to do it. Plus, people, in my experience, people are not reliable, and that's sad. It's extremely sad. People are not reliable. So therefore, I do a lot of the things that I do, but my Nasheen, my Yaladim, my children, they say things like, yo, Abba, you shouldn't be doing this. Somebody else should be doing this. You are at this place right here in your life where somebody else should be doing it. You didn't pay that price already. Anyway, let me get back to the story. David had 30,000 men to go with him as he delivered one of the most precious things that he had, and that was the Ark of the Covenant. Those 30,000 men wasn't carrying the Ark, they were protecting the Ark. Now, the Ark of the Covenant is a symbol between the Most High and man on earth, the children of Israel. Why the Most High couldn't protect it himself, which he could. He could. But the thing was that we had to do what we can do on our own. We don't go in situations and do things foolishly. We have to do things in decency and order with a military strategic mind behind everything that we do. If we don't, we will meet our demise. It don't mean that the Most High is not able to say poof to an army and they disappear. But what the Most High, or what the scriptures is showing us, is that we're supposed to move, even though the Most High's blessings with us, we're supposed to move in safety and security. My brother Benjamin's sitting there. If he knows his wife is about to go to the check and get to the bank and get out $30,000 cash, I'm sure he wouldn't let her go by herself. He would go with her to be her security. But they both trust in the Most High. It's not that you don't trust in the Most High, but the Most High gives you common sense to do what you can do to protect yourself, and he'll bless your efforts. Understand what I'm saying? Too often we forget that, and we just move out because that's what commoners do. We're not commoners anymore. We supposed to go by a certain order, a certain structure, and that's how we're supposed to move. We got to get that back. We got to get that back. It's certain men that the Most High has to have around certain men. And those men can't be people that are slow. They have to be people that can think. They have to be leaders in their own right. Because a king can't have dumb men around him and expect to rule his kingdom in righteousness to the best of their ability. He has to have wise, intelligent men that could run their own kingdom if they had to. But yet they consolidated all their energy, all their strength, all their mind, all their might to achieve one goal, which makes us more powerful. If we all spread out all over the earth, we're weak. But if we consolidate our strength and come together in one place with one mind, with one goal and one intention, we can achieve great things. That's where I'm at. So when people talk about the little foolish things, I ain't got time for the foolish things. I'm on a higher level, a greater level, a more positive level. I'm thinking about the future of the nation. I'm not thinking about right now. Right now was thought about 10 years ago. I'm thinking about the future of nation. How are we going to do it, fam? We're going to do it by the things that I'm talking about today. We have to come together as a people. We have to set up order and structure, and we have to live or die by that structure. It's just that simple. And if we don't do it, we're going to definitely meet death. One by one, we're going to fall off, and nothing is going to get achieved, and it is going to be left on our children or our children's children or our children's children's children to get it done when we can do it right now today. You ain't got a lot of people talking like this because everybody want to be the big man. What about the man that's the man next to the big man? How about him? Because everybody got to be wise and intelligent. There was a story about a place called Babylon. I know I always do this. We didn't even get past the second verse yet. But the intention and the message is powerful, and we need it. There was a story about a place called Babylon in the ancient Babylon. You get this out of The Richest Man in Babylon. It's a book called The Richest Man in Babylon. It speaks about Babylon being one of the wealthiest nations on the planet. Why was Babylon one of the wealthiest nations on the planet? Because the people that inhabited Babylon were wealthy. They consolidated their resources. They spent their monies with themselves. Sure, they might have went out and splurged somewhere, but when you walk down the streets in Babylon, everything they needed was right there. We got 250 acres of land. What can we not do on 250 acres of land that we need to build a community? What can we not do? Hospitals. We already got a school. We can put apartments and condos. We can shelter the poor, the fathers, the widows, those who cannot take care of themselves. We can take care of them if we come together and do it in righteousness. We can do it. That don't mean they get a free ride. No, there are other ways that they can pay their way. They can be the ones to go out and help grow the food. That might be their assignment. Okay, bro, we know you ain't got no job. You can barely do anything. So we're going to give you this. We're going to teach you how to farm. And we got a master farmer. We need you to work with him every day. That's how you pay for that 3-bedroom house you got right there. That's how you pay your rent right there, by growing food to help us eat. This type of cycle is what's that called? It's an ecology of things. But it's a cycle that goes and goes and goes, and it helps us to sustain our living. People don't think like that. If you got the wealth, then you utilize the wealth. Donate the wealth you have and make great things take place. Positive things. Powerful things. And we got to start right here, fam. This is where we got to start. It's cool that we show up every Shabbat and be like, hey, Prince, I got something to add. Man, you just talking. There's going to come a time when we got to stop talking. And we're going to start doing. We got to start putting the work in, putting the time in, making something happen. They've been talking before I was born. And now we're here, we ain't got nothing because they still just talking. We got to stop talking. We got to actually get up, stand up as a man and as a woman and donate, contribute physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. Pray for the restoration of your people. And then after you get finished praying, get up and physically do something to make it happen. We got 250 acres of land. What we gonna do with it? 110 of those acres is paid for. No debt. No debt. The only thing we got to do is pay the taxes every year. What we gonna do with it? Because we got a lot of people that talk that Hebrew stuff. Talk the talk, but don't walk the walk. We got a whole school that we already established, a whole school, a real school, a real accredited school, full-fledged from pre-K to 12th grade. How many Hebrew children do we have in our school? Might be a good 10. Come next year, it ain't even gonna be that because some of them leaving this year to go do whatever their parents see for them to do.
Yeah,
So we
13.
need to get on a mission. We need to get on a goal. We need to be determined to feed our people, build for our people. Stop all this talking and stuff. Too many people. All you gotta do is turn it on Facebook, YouTube, or any of those pages. You'll see people talking and talking and talking. Stop the talking and start the walk. This ain't no game. Either we gonna do it or we're gonna get out the way for those who are doing it. Why our school is not flooded? Well, Prince, your school is in Georgia, but I'm in Mexico. Yo, we teach over on across the line, all across the internet. Your child can be in Tampa Bay, Florida, and attend our school in Georgia. Tuition is so cheap, it's like dirt cheap because we're not in it for the money. We're in it for the people and the future of our nation. That's what it's about. But one or two people can't do it. It takes a nation of people. I was telling my wife that today. It takes a multitude of us to bring about greatness. One or two people can't do it. It takes all of us. Give me 10 great men. Next year, you will see a totally different world for the nation of Israel. 10 real men. And I promise you, you will see a great difference in the nation of Israel by next year at this time. We are on our way, fam. But where do you fit in all this? Where are you of those chosen men? Where are you fitting at in the process of what the Most High is doing in this earth for his people? How do you play your part? How do you contribute to the development of this great nation? How? For too long and for too many people been talking that Israelite talk, that Hebrew talk, but very few are actually putting up and making a difference to bring about a change for our people. And I want you to know that when people start doing things, the adversary start raising his head so he can bring his accusations, so he can bring his charges, so he can bring the tainting of a real spiritual movement to try to tear it down and prevent it from growing like it needs to grow. Understand, family, you are a special people. But you can only be as special as you walk in specialness. If you don't walk in specialness, you'll just be special going to waste. I don't want to see that for my people. Whatever your talents are, bring them. Whatever your gifts are, bring them. We should be focused on putting some houses on that land for each and every one of us to live in, so we can get this community kicked off and moving in righteousness like it's supposed to be. You see my Isha's page here with that background in the back, all those people in the back, that land in the back, that's a part of Goshen. For those of you who have never been there, there's nothing like nature. And I know our goal is supposed to be to go home into the land of Israel. I'm not saying that that's not our goal. But right now, for as long as the Most High wants us to be here, this is where we have to be. This is where we have to be. So if we're going to be here in the land of captivity, let's come together as a people. Let's build some houses, grow some food, and live, dig some wells, and live like we were meant to live as a community of people. Let's read on. Let's get a little bit more of this stuff. Go ahead, because Prince can talk. But everything that I say has a purpose, and there's a message in everything that I say. I don't waste my time doing that. Read on, please. Let's go. We're in 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 2. Start verse 2 again, please.
Mm-hmm. And King David arose and went with all the people that were with him from Baal of Judah to bring up from thence the ark of the Most High, whose name is called by the name of the Most High of hosts that dwelleth between the cherubims.
What is a cherubim?
An angel.
What kind of angels?
Soldiers.
Soldiers. The cherubims are warriors. See, the Most High ain't no joke. The Most High ain't no joke. Even the Ark of the Covenant was covered by 2 cherubims, one on each side with their wings spread toward the mercy seat. The mercy seat sat in between 2 angels. The mercy seat is symbolic of a place where the Shekinah, or the glory of the Most High, would rest upon when he dealt with his people. So even the Shekinah had 2 angels who were warriors. They were warriors. They weren't just soldiers. They were warriors. They were killers if they had to be. So there again, even the glory of the Most High had soldiers next to him. But this says the Most High dwelt between the 2 cherubims. It's talking about that mercy seat. Read on, please.
Verse 3. And they set the ark of the Most High upon a new cart and brought it out of the house of Abinadab that was in Gibeah. And Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, drove the new cart.
Drove the new cart. Read on.
And they brought it out of the house of Abinadab, which was at Gibeah, accompanying the ark of the Most High. And Ahio went before the ark. Verse 5. And King David and all the house of Israel played before the Most High on all manner of instruments made of fir wood, even on harps and on psalteries and on timbrels and on cornets and on cymbals.
Now stop there for a second. There's a way that seemeth right unto a man, and man gives it his best intentions. But the end of that way is destruction. So now the people were singing and dancing and shouting. The people was dancing and singing and shouting with songs, with harps and all types of instruments of music. And they were singing. And in their mind, this should have been acceptable to the Creator. But the first violation was them putting the Ark of the Covenant on oxen, for oxen to carry. What am I getting at? If your foundation is out of order, nothing you do after that will even work. You'll be out of order with the Creator. Let's say if you're on your menstrual cycle, your nida, and you say, I'm going to make prayer. Well, you're already unclean. So why are you trying to approach the Creator in that manner? Your foundation is out of order. You got to get your foundation right before you approach this King. Now they singing and shouting and hooping and hollering, right? Like we do every Shabbat day, singing and shouting and hooping and hollering, going to all these YouTube pages, being a part of everybody's classes. But our foundation is out of order. Therefore, all that singing, shouting, hooping, and hollering is in vain. I don't care how good of a lesson the teacher gave. If the teacher's foundation is out of order, then he just taught in vain. Your foundation gotta be right, fam. The things that you know that are not right in your life that separates you from the Most High, alleviate them from your life before you stand before the Most High's people and talk your talk. Alleviate the things that you know you're smoking. You're killing yourself by smoking. You shouldn't be smoking. You know you overdrink. You're an alcoholic. You know your cirrhosis of the liver is setting in. Why you keep doing it? You shouldn't be doing it. You know you got a problem with your mouth. You gossip. You know you eat pork. You know you eat unclean. These are the simple things. Let's get to the more difficult things. You know you got a nice little chunk of change coming to you every week. How much of that money do you donate to the people of the Most High? How many people do you know that are widows that's struggling to take care of their families that you help them out, that you provide for? How many people do you know that's elderly, that doesn't have a job, that's receiving SSI or Social Security and is barely enough to pay the bills? How many of them do you provide for? Do you kick in and take over and cover their bills? All these things that I just mentioned are very difficult things for one person. But collectively, if we put our resources together, we can provide the needs for our people. Understand where my mind is. I don't think like the regular person. The Creator didn't build me that way. I have royalty all in my blood. And all I think of is the people of the Most High and how to relieve them of their pain and their suffering. And this is real. Everything that I do, that's what it's about. Everything. Because somebody got to do it. And the Most High told me that's my job, that's my portion in this earth. And that's why I do it. I could have been like a lot of people, and I don't want to talk about myself, but I could have been real selfish. And all that hundreds of thousands of dollars that I had already put out into the future of our nation, I could have kept it to myself and been real selfish and did like the Christian preachers do. But what do I do with what the Most High blessed me with? I give it back to the people in the best way I know how. So if I do a little bit, and then you do a little bit, and then she do a little bit, and he do a little bit, then he do a little bit, we actually doing a whole lot. And it will be noticed. It will be noticeable. People will see it. People will hear about the greatness of what them brothers down there are doing, what them sisters down there are doing, because we're doing it collectively. Then we'll make a difference in the earth. Let's get back to the scriptures, please. So the people were swooping and hollering and dancing. The foundation was out of order. And that's how we are with a lot of us today. We go to these places of worship. And then as soon as the sun go down on the Shabbat day, we back out in the world doing worldly things again. We take off our righteous apparel and we put on our hooker clothes and we do hooker things. The men go to, what's those places called? What's those places? Those houses where the women be dancing?
Strip clubs.
Strip clubs, that's right. How you know the name of that place? The men,
Atlanta, capital of strip clubs.
when the sun go down, the men go right out to the strip clubs. They go get drunk, they go get their other buddies, or they'll go somewhere and throw a football game on and forget all about what they can do to help their brothers and sisters. They get their check, they spend all their money in the most vile of all places. And this goes on week after week after week after week after week after week. So in a year's time, look back ask yourself, how much did you do to progress the nation of Israel, to contribute to the progression of your people? How much did you, think about this for a minute, fam. Besides running your mouth, what have you really done for the people? Besides running your mouth. Because all you do is talk. You don't make a difference in nobody's life to better them to be better, to live a more comfortable life, to have an easier life, to take away the stress and the struggle of everyday life. What do you really do? If somebody needed you right now and they came to you and said, my electric is off, I got 3 children, I need you to help me. Can you help them? Or are you going to turn around and say to them, well, my electric off too. Oh, I live in this little room. I can't, there ain't nothing I can do for you. You are your brother's keeper, which means that you have to do whatever you can do to make sure that your brother get what they need or your sister get what they need. So you know what you do, you get on the phone and you call your spiritual leader up and you say, spiritual leader, Because if he's a spiritual leader, he will answer the call. If he doesn't answer the call, you need to get rid of him and get you a new spiritual leader. Spiritual leader, I got a sister over here in this situation. Can you help her? It's the spiritual leader's purpose. If this person is walking in the ways of the Most High, he cannot turn her away. She ain't got to be perfect. She just got to be walking in the ways of righteousness. He cannot, if he got to go live on a park bench to give her his house because she got 6 kids, then that's what a spiritual leader do. Now that's what this is just real. This is real. Is that real? The spiritual leader is the father of the house. He got to do whatever he got to do to make sure that everybody in this family is taken care of and provided for. If not, you need a new spiritual leader. Yo, bro, you got to go. I was walking after you, but then that Friday night I called you up and I told you that me and my children just got put out on the street. And you said, this whole is a Shabbat, call me tomorrow. And you banged on me? I can't walk with a man like that. What is this Shabbat all about? It's supposed to be about mercy. What did the Creator say in Isaiah, the 58th chapter, 53rd chapter, 58th chapter, about people talking about they have a day of atonement, a day of fasting before the Most High, but yet they show not mercy, kindness, and love toward their fellow brothers and sisters. They don't feed the homeless. They don't house the homeless. They don't feed those who are hungry and who are in need. They don't provide for the elderly. These are the attributes of a great people. This is what we're supposed to do. Our forefathers back in the day, if you didn't have a place to live, you could knock on a stranger's door and say, hey, listen, I worship the Most High too. I'm in need. Can you help me? And they would let you take a room up in their house. And you could stay the night, and they wouldn't want to see you on the streets. It was an honor and a privilege for them to bring you into their house and you a guest. Today, that spirit is lost. We don't even understand what that means. Let's get back to the scriptures because Prince talking again. Don't pay personal mind, y'all. He don't know what he's talking about. Go ahead on right down to verse 6. Let's go back to verse 6, please.
Verse 6, and when they came to Nacon's threshing floor, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of the Most High and took hold of it, for the oxen had shook it. And the anger of the Creator was kindled against Uzzah, and the Creator smote him there for his error.
Stop. Stop. So one would ask, why did the Creator smote Uzzah? What did he do wrong? You put forth great intentions. You know, you talk what you talk. You act like you about it. But where's the real energy behind what you do? Where's the work at? What are you really doing? You put forth intentions to get, so you say, I'm going to the house of worship on the Shabbat, but the rest of the week, what you doing? What are you doing? If they would have followed the instructions that the Most High gave, the ark wouldn't have stumbled, it wouldn't have fell over. Uzzah wouldn't have had to catch it. The foundation wasn't in order because they didn't follow instructions. Do you follow instructions? Because if you're not following the instructions of the Most High in your everyday life, the Shabbat is being spent in vain. It's being done in vain. And this is what we must do. We must straighten out our everyday lives 6 days a week before on the 7th day we're able to worship the Most High. And that's what a lot of us mix out of the point. What do we do with those, 24 hours a day? 48, 80, 88? It's a lot to it. What do we do with that? What do we do? How do we worship the Most High? Okay, let's start from the beginning. Let's say we got 24 hours in one day, okay? In that 24 hours, just go, let's say last Thursday. Let's say last Thursday. And last Thursday alone, how many times did you make prayer? Just last Thursday. How many times did you have conversation with the Creator just last Thursday? How many times last Thursday did you do something for somebody else without getting something else in return for yourself? How many times? How many times last Thursday did you try or even make an attempt to see if somebody needed something from you? How many times? What have you offered to the people of the Most High and didn't look for anything in return? Because that's what this is all about. The purity of your soul, the purity of your essence. I'm not just talking, fam. I'm telling you the truth. Had Uzzah or King Dawid, because ultimately King Dawid is responsible for this, like somebody said earlier. Had King Dawid established the foundation of this movement to be in order and right and decency, like the Creator said for it to be, Uzzah would have never had to reach his hands up to catch that ark. So who's at fault here? King Dawid. And that's why the real reason why King Dawid was afraid, because he realized he wasn't doing it the way that the Most High ordained for it to be. You can find a lot of sins that Dawid committed. Well, a handful, maybe 5, if you stretch it. But you will never find those 5 repeated in his life. What I mean by that, if Dawid realized that something he was eating had pork in it, he'll never eat that again. Will you do that? If Dawid realized that he talked too much when he's talking to his elders, stop being so forceful and demanding when you're talking to your elders, shut your mouth and listen more, Dawid would never do it again. Do you do that? See, there are things that's learned here that you ain't going to learn unless you got a teacher to teach you. But that teacher, his foundation has to be right. If his foundation ain't right, ain't nothing he's going to teach you that's going to be profitable. Nothing. Let's read on. Let's see what's happening. What verse we on? 7?
7. Mm-hmm. And the anger of the Most High was kindled against Uzzah, and the Most High smote him there for his error. And there he died by the ark of the Creator. And King David was displeased because the Most High had made a breach upon Uzzah, and he called the name of the place Perez Uzzah to
Now
this
stop.
day.
Stop. It says King Dawid was displeased. He got angry. He got disappointed because the Most High destroyed Uzzah for doing something that appeared to be good. It only appeared to be good. Dawid got an attitude, but watch how quick he adjusts his behavior. The very next verse, what does it say?
And King David was afraid of the Most
Why?
High that day.
Why was he afraid of the Most High? He just got angry. He was just displeased with the Most High for taking Uzzah out. So all of a sudden, because he had time to think, and you know how you know he had time to think? Because watch his actions that he does next. He had time to think. How many times the Most High give you time to think about what you're doing in your life that is not right, and you make the right choice after that? Because a lot of us know what we do that is not pleasing to the Creator, but because it feels so good, some of you are trapped in relationships with men that you know you're not supposed to be with. But he makes you feel so good that you don't let it go. How many times, how often are you going to do things that you know are against the will of the Most High, and you do it for earthly reasons? One of my things is you never sacrifice or do things and sacrifice eternity for flesh and blood. Never be led by your emotions and sacrifice your eternity. Never. And I say that with all confidence. Never. That's part of the problem that we have. We look for the physical pleasure and we forget the spiritual benefits. Because in our minds, the only thing that exists is the here and now. That's why we broke. Because the only thing that exists is the here and now. I want me a new car. I want me some nice clothes. I want me a big house. The here and now. We don't think about tomorrow. And we don't think about helping others. We only think about I, and not us. If we thought about the people more than we thought about ourselves, then everything that we do would change. That school that we got called Goshen, it won't be suffering no more. Because we got too many Israelites in the planet right now for an Israelite establishment to be suffering. You know, the Jewish people, they don't have that. Any school that they got, they fund, they help fund it. Even if their children don't go there, they donate to it. I watched this thing the other day, not too long ago. The white Jewish man had a nerve. I was at the barbershop getting my hair tossed up a little bit, getting the joint tossed up a little bit. Not right now, but a couple weeks ago. You don't want to get a haircut like once a month or once every 2 months because I don't want to spend all my money at the barbershop. For what? Man, I get a raise and go to the kitchen, shave my joint, shake me up, whatever I need to do. And if I need a haircut, I put a kufi on until I'm finished. So when that 2 months pass, then I go sit under the barber seat and I get another cut. But he ain't gonna keep getting all my money. I got other things I need my money to go to. Other things. Y'all girls be talking about, I want my nails done, I want my hair done, I got the toes done, and that's $300. But what you do for somebody else other than yourself with that $300? Now, if you did that every once in a while, I'm with it. I understand. I tell my Nashim, I say, yo, go get some fingernail polish and I'll paint your nails. Look at your face. Then they got to a place now they're talking about, I don't know how to paint no nails. I know how to paint nails. I'm an artist. I can draw for real. I can paint some nails. But you know what it is? It don't look like the chinks. When the chinks do it, you know, they get that little stuff and looking up. It don't look like that, so they don't want me to do it. But think about it. One of them just told me the other day it costs $150 to do their toes and their nails. That $150 could get put used to some great things. We can do a lot with $150. Yes, for real. Anyway, I done forgot where I was at. Amy, you got your hand up. Go ahead and ask your question, please.
You were talking about how the Jews work together.
Oh yeah, let me finish. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me finish before you jump in. Hold on. Let me finish this. So this Jewish man, while I'm sitting here getting my hair cut, this Jewish man, the guy who cuts my hair likes to let me know that he's researching Israel. So he listened to stuff. He even had my videos on one time I came in there. So he listens to stuff about Judaism, but he Muslim. And the Jewish man said, boldly and proudly, you will never see our people going to public school. I said, whoa. I had to post that on my page. The Jewish man boldly said, you will never see a Jewish person going to a public school, a real Jewish person, because we take care of our own. If he can't afford tuition, we're going to make sure his tuition get paid. He also said, you will never see a Jewish man catching a bus or a Jewish family catching a bus. And I thought about it. I've never seen a Jewish family on a bus. I've seen a lot of Black families on the bus. I've seen a lot of Black single mothers on the bus and white women I've seen on the bus. I even seen a few, but not many, just a few Chinese people, a woman and a child maybe, on the bus, public transportation. But he proudly said, you will never see these things. And I've never seen it. It's because they take care of each other. They make sure that they got what they need. See, they stick together as a community and they move out as a community. Now, they might catch the bus in their little area because it's set up for that. But you ain't gonna see them on the bus downtown Philadelphia driving on the bus with their whole family, three or four kids and the mother, single mother. They don't play that. In the Jewish community, if a mother passes away, they will ordain some man to take care of that single woman and those children. And he will never touch her. He'll just be responsible for her. It's not about whoopee, but today in our minds, it's all about sex. It's about making sure that each one get what they need. That's what it's about. And that family will be assigned to one individual for that purpose. Isha, go ahead, state your point, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say what you were talking about. A lot of time in those Jewish communities, they have like a contract, and it's part of their bylaws that you have to commit a certain amount of money a month, or however often they do it, which goes to, like what you're saying, those families, so that their community can thrive. Because like something you just said with us, I know when we first began Goshen, we talked about that too, like having a contract when people come live here and putting that in our bylaws. But people were against it because it was like, well, we can't force people to support and pay. And I'm like, if you look at every other community or nation of people, it's not even about them forcing each other to do it. It's just, that's what they do for the thrivement of their people. But with us, we always find some reason, well, I don't want to do it because then people are going to be able to have some say so. But how I was taught growing up is like, leadership is leadership, but when you're building stuff, it's for the people, and the people should be able to ask questions and hold leadership accountable. And part of that is the collective work that you're talking about, collective monies coming together, and we collectively building. Because if one person is building, or two people, who's holding it? How can we as a people hold them accountable? If they're doing everything, we can't, we don't have a voice. So the purpose of how I see what the Jewish people are doing is giving everybody a voice. It doesn't mean that the people can over talk the leader or whatever, but it's just saying that, listen, we're in this together. We're here to support one another. And if we're all in here giving what we can according to, because it's not even a set amount, it's according to what you're able to give, then, we're all in so many ways balanced. But I just see that, I see so many other nations do it, but we find every excuse not to do it or not to implement it. And I know that's something that, we had talked about here, but I believe that's something that we can do, because there are communities of our people, of our color, who do it. But because they're not Hebrew Israelites, we just don't know about them, and we don't seek out guidance from other people.
Very good. I remember I was with my uncle. My uncle practiced Islam, and he wanted me to see this land up here in Philadelphia. Was you with me, babe? Was you with me that day? Me and uncle went up there. So we go up here and we go see this land, this little compound that they got. It might have been about a good 20 acres of land. And they was actually clearing roads out where they were building houses. They was actually putting a sewer system where they were building houses, brand new houses up in this area. They have a shrine where the elder, who's their sheikh, had died, and his body is in that shrine where they got this little house where they worship at. They got a community house where the people who live up there meet every day to eat. It's not about how much you got. This is what we do. It's a house that seats 40, 50, 60 people, and they would meet in that place at a certain time, and everybody break bread together. So I asked Uncle, I said, Uncle, how did they get this started? A Muslim man donated over $1 million to start that, to fund that, to make it happen. In the Black community today, people don't even want to donate $500. They say, well, how do I know what he's going to do with my money? I work hard for my money. I donated hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own money. What would I do with your money? But the same thing. or something better. This man, one man, donated over $1 million to establish a community that he ain't never even been at. Never even been there. He said, see, the Muslim people, the Islamic people, they don't live like regular Black folk. They don't. They're willing, because they understand the purpose of Islam needs to survive. It's about the people. It's not about me and myself. It's about the nation. They understand that. Most of us today, we got our big house. You can't even get the people to come to your house and worship in your house because you don't want to open your doors because you don't want nobody messing up your carpet. I don't want to mess up my hardwood floor. No, they can go down to around the corner somewhere, or we can go rent something, but no, I don't. Man, you got a big giant 8-bedroom house with a big living room. Why can't we have service in there until we're able to buy a Knesset? Oh, no, I don't want to do that, man, y'all. No, plus they might go up my bedroom. Somebody might steal something. We messed up as a people. We really messed up. We talk the talk, but we don't walk the walk. Every house that I've owned, and I owned a bunch of them, every one that I've owned that I lived in, we had worship service in my homes. Every one of them. From the biggest to the smallest. We started off in the basement at my other house. We took it from the basement. No, we started off in the living room. We took it from the living room downstairs to the basement. We took it from the basement, and I bought a building. And we had that whole 3-story building just for the house of worship. And people who really couldn't afford it, we let them live there, and they kept the building. And we went from there to a synagogue. I, again, through the Creator's blessings, had to purchase it with my own money. But I did. Thanks to the Most High, I had what I needed, and I did it. Still got it today. It's a building, seat 300 people. Somebody set it on fire some years ago, but we still won't get it back together, right? And I'm gonna leave it right here in Philadelphia for the next nation to go in and do what they need to do. We still own it today. That building is called Temple Kipharim. 300-seat synagogue. We went from there, from the synagogue, to 250 acres of land. That's steady progression. But if I had to sit down and show you the story, you'd be like, no, man. I can see why nobody don't want to walk with you. I see why nobody don't want to trust you. I see why nobody don't donate none to you. I shouldn't have to do all this myself. It's not for me, it's for the people. The people should be willing to do for themselves. That Muslim man gave over $1 million to fund something, and every Hebrew organization that I know of is struggling. Every one of them. But we the richest people. But all of our religious institutions are all struggling. They're all struggling. Why? If you say you're about it, then be about it. Do what you can. If each one of us did something, then we'll be doing something great. Because collectively, we can do more collectively than we can do individually. It's the whole purpose of what this is all about. Sister Abigail, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. That I think he's bringing out a good. I was just like, because it made me think about the Muslim community, like how you were talking about. Because I know someone told me that the Muslims, like, I heard them actually doing they were doing a round table, and they felt like the community was like obligated to help widows. Like they just automatically knew that way. And then it was this this Muslim woman, I guess she was kind of like going into feminism, and she was like, no, we don't need no help, and da da da. And I was like, oh my gosh, like what you're complaining about over there, like widows over here would be like crying for that, you know what I mean? But they don't. It's interesting. People don't really. Sometimes you can be in situations where you don't really realize what you have until it's actually gone. And I was just thinking like how Black people are, like we'll go to each other's funeral if the husband passes away, but after that we'll stay around them for like a week, take pictures, bring some food and stuff like that. But then other than that, yeah, ain't nobody really, everybody's
right.
just like,
That's
gotta
right.
fend. It's like everybody's just gotta fend for themselves.
That's right. Who's going to help take care of his children that are left behind? Who's going to help
Yeah,
provide for
nobody.
his wife without
No,
trying to
but
sex
people will
her?
call on you. They'll call CPS on you, but talk about you that you can't. You know what I'm saying? But they won't do it. It's crazy.
Right. This is what we got to change. We have to change this, family. And it has to start with us. If we know better, then we do better, and others will follow along. Amy?
I just wanted to kind of speak on what you were saying with the schooling too, because one of the main reasons why, so like when I grew up, my parents made it a point to find some type of African center or Islamic school for us to go to whatever state we lived in. Because one thing was my parents always taught us that and even though we went to public school at some point, my parents always taught us that when you go out and to get educated by the other nations or other people, you're learning what they want to teach you. And then, but when you go to the schools, like we have Goshen Hebrew Academy. So when our children attend those schools, we control what they learn. And not just what they learn, but we control or we help them to become better Hebrew Israelites, not better Americans or whatever other nation that you're sending your children to school to. And I thought about it because just listening to and being around here when the children are in school and hearing them do Hebrew every day, do Torah and culture, and hear the educators encompass Torah in every subject, whether it be math, PE, science, language arts, they encompass it so the children all day are learning who we are versus learning who somebody else is, and also taking on the attributes of other people. And then that will help to alleviate the question of, our children being obscured by other people's opinions or their ways of life. And then it also helps to build up the nation, because if you implant the children into the building of the nation and them understanding that, then they grow up with that concept of that's what their part of their mission is to continue on that legacy or that purpose in helping to build the community and the nation. But when we separate our children from that, they don't have that as their foundation or their basis. They're just like, well, I'm a Hebrew, and that's what they know that because you told them. But the consistency of them knowing that is what is helping. When you look at the Jewish community, that's what helps it thrive, because they put all that effort into the future of their communities, not into just, like you said, the here and now, what they see right now. And that's why we always saying Goshen's for our future. We're already here where we are as adults, but the future generations to come is what's going to learn. Generations to come is what's going to continue to build this community, or any community or any Hebrew school. So it's like a lot of times people don't like to look at the other nations and what they're doing, but we have to, because they're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. And because I'm a product of my parents placing that in me when I came into this way of life, that's something that I always was like, well, where's our school? Where's our community? Like, how am I supposed to embrace this, or my children, if I'm sending them somewhere else for 8 to 10 hours a day and then bringing them back home for a couple of hours to say prayer, eat, and go to sleep? They're engulfed in other people's ideologies all day, not ours. So, that's what's important. And like you said, it's not about if your children go there or not. It's about our future. And it's about the future of where, that the Most High has placed in us. We have to be committed to ourselves, and we have to be committed to the Creator and what His plan is in the Torah, applying it thoroughly. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. Totally in agreement. Any questions before we continue the reading? All right, Ishi, you want to finish? Oh, excuse me. Brother Elia, he has his hand up.
No, touch on a little bit that y'all was saying, where well, the way our kingdom is set up, the way we govern ourselves is who Yah chooses. That way it ain't no argument, it ain't no vote, it ain't no election. It's who Yahweh chooses. He said, he said, if I'd have sent you to another nation, they would have listened. The other nations know how to, you got to be able to accept the hierarchy. You got to have certain people and different, even the angels got different positions. It ain't that they not important. It's everybody do their job. One thing, I played football in school. One thing I like about the game of football is that you need everybody to do their job. That's just to execute one play. If one person try to do somebody else's job, it ain't going to work. But that, I heard you talk about the king, and I just want to read something in 1 Samuel, where the elders came to Shemuel. Who was Shemuel? A judge, a prophet. And you asked him to make you a king. You asked him. And it displeased. Why? Because you always doing something. He was judging you. You said, make us a king. You said, make us a king to judge us so we can be like the rest of the nations. Okay, and it displeased, but Moshe, y'all told Shemuel, give them what they asked for, but he's telling them this is going to be the man of your king. He said, this will be the man of your king that shall reign over you. He'll take your sons and appoint unto him for his chariots and to be his horsemen. And they shall run before his chariots. And he'll appoint unto him for captains of thousands and captains of 50s. And to plow his ground and reap his harvest. And to make his instruments of war and the instruments of his chariots. And to take your daughters to be perfumers and to be his cooks and to be bakers. And to take your fields and your vineyards and your olive yards, even the best of them, and give them to his servants. He'd take the tenth of your seed and of your vineyards and give to his officers and to his servants. And he'd take your men servants and your maid servants and your goodliest young men and your asses and put them to his work. He would take the tenth of your flocks and you shall be his servants. You shall cry out in that day because of your king whom you shall have chosen you, and Yah will not answer you in that day. But what's the end? You would think they would turn from the evil. You know what you said? Nay, but there shall be a king over us, that we may also be like the rest of the nation, that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles. Go out before us and come back into us. That's what we rely on Yah to have mercy on him, to bring him back in, send him out to war and bring him back. So this is the man. I hear y'all say too much. You put a people, you know that he told you if that king don't do what he's supposed to do, you and the king are going into captivity. He said, I gave you a king in my anger and took him away in my wrath. This is the man of the king. It's to judge you, to make them do it. And keep in mind, he said, you were sold without money. You were sold for nothing. You're going to be redeemed without money. One of the last things it said about the curses, the blessings and the curses in Devarim in 28, they say you're going to sell yourselves for bondage and nobody's going to buy you.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You said it's up for the Most High to determine who that person is going to be that's going to be the leader of the people. How do you know when the Most High determines that person?
How you know? He'd tell a prophet who's here, Eliah here. He'd tell him what to do. He looked for certain characteristics. He already showed you. But is y'all not listening? You're not listening. But just, it's like everybody trying to fake it till they make it. It's not going to work. Just like he told Shemuel, you have to have a prophet first, because that's how Yah talks to you. Why? Because you asked for it. That was cool. That was good. You was afraid of him. So it's whoever he tells him. You can't try to cover the prophet portion. That's his portion. That's his portion. You can't. How you gonna try to tell him what to do? He's to judge you. You have to have an intercessor, somebody that y'all talks to, and you go tell them. How you know? What's going to be at his right hand? A fiery Torah. The arm of Yah is going to be revealed to him. You can act like pretend. You know what that turns to deceit because you prayed for this time and he answered you. And he already told me they won't even consent. But you tell them anyway. Because he about to do something. You're talking about a time of trouble like it never was since it's been a nation. Yes, sir. And in particular, Yehuda. He's going to save Yehuda. The 10 to Melech Dawid first for Melech Dawid's sake. So we talking about you. He's going to bring us up. Then he's going to put his hand a second time and go get the rest of them.
Very well. Chadoraba. We have someone. Thank you for your addition, my brother. Appreciate that very much. We got a brother by Benjamin Cardi. Would you like to introduce yourself to the family, bro? You can turn your mic off and just introduce yourself to the family. Benjamin, could you just introduce yourself to the family, please? Bro, can you hear me? All right, Sister Abigail, can you drop that, brother? Thank you, sis. All right, and if he's about it, he'll call back, and then maybe he want to talk then. All right, hey, my brother Elijah, thank you very much for that contribution. Amy, can you, Ishi, can you pick up where we left off?
Yes, I'll read verse 8 again. 2 Samuel chapter 6, verse 8. And King David was displeased because the Most High had made a breach upon Uzzah. And he called the name of the place Peruz Uzzah to this day. And King David was afraid of the Most High that day and said, how shall the ark of the Most High come to me? So King David would not remove the ark of the Most High unto him into the city of David. But King David carried it aside into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite.
Now, what Dawid did was, Dawid saw the power of the Creator and became afraid. He didn't know if the Most High was going to get him because he knew that was his responsibility. As a king and as a leader of your people, when your people fail, it's because of you. You have to take that responsibility on your chin. That's counted as your failure, not just that individual purpose. You know, let's say we have a community and the leadership is instructing the community on how to live and how to do certain things. So one family who got children, they grow up, be drug dealers, crackheads. They're really not anything beneficial for the nation. They left the land and they move on. The leader, who was the leader of those people, have to be honest and admit that he failed in his job, because every household is your responsibility as a leader. You got to get into the minds of that family. I know they got a father, they got a mother, and they both live with their children, but you got to be into that house and you got to talk to them. And you got to make sure that the parents is doing the job. Don't just walk around big tooting like you the man. No, bro, humble yourself. Go into that household and talk with the parents. Make sure that they're doing, you can only do with so much. but you gotta put forth that effort to make sure that everybody's abiding by the rules and regulations of the Creator as they're supposed to. Some adults don't like to help their children with the homework. Some adults get the children, send them off to the side while they're doing whatever they want to do to bring themselves pleasure. Thereby, the child is doing whatever he wants to do, playing in this, playing in that, going outside, getting involved in drugs, sexing girls, all that stuff with no accountability. And it's because the parents is not doing what they're supposed to do, but the leadership is responsible for the parents doing what they're supposed to do. And if the leadership is not checking up on the parents, like the parents checking up on the children, then that whole family is off to the side, and that leader has failed. I failed a whole lot in my life of leading. I know a lot of people that I did my best, but my best wasn't good enough. I failed a portion in my duty and my responsibility. And now when I see those young children today that grew up to be adults, it brings me pain and embarrassment in my soul because I failed. And I promised myself I would never walk that walk again. I'll make sure that I'm doing everything in my power to help from the youngest to the oldest. I make sure that now because I've learned that first time around. It don't take me a lifetime of making mistakes before I realize that I made a mistake. It don't take a lifetime before you start correcting those things. What am I saying? I'm saying to every one of you, you have to work on being the best you can. And any man or woman that you sit up underneath of in portions of leadership and they're not in your business, something's wrong. Something's wrong with that. They need to know what's going on. If you're trying to build something and y'all all living together and you don't even see, he don't even come to your house, he don't even knock on your door, he don't call you and talk to you, something's wrong with that. And it needs to change. So the first thing we need to do, family, is set our goals toward coming together to live in a community so that we can start doing these things. And not just be FaceTime buddies and friends and brothers and sisters, but to actually walk out my front door and see your back door or see the side of your house. Or know that all I need to do is walk around the corner on our own land and I'm at your door. See, Sister Abigail, these are the type of things that you should be looking forward for your children to be coming up underneath of. Right now, you're in the ghetto. What I mean by the ghetto, we in the ghetto because we're separated from each other. We have no backbone, we have no support. It would take me 2 hours to get to you, maybe 2.5 hours to get to you. But if we all lived in the community and our children all went to school together, we would see each other every day, all day, most of the day. So them 2 children you got right there, you set them outside to play, you ain't worried about them because you live on your own land. Oh, they out playing with the sheep, the goats, the dogs. They out in the back playing. Oh, they having fun. The other children next door is playing with them as well. Here, you let your children go out on the front steps, you're worried about them getting hit by a car or shot by a stray bullet or raped or molested or kidnapped. When we establish a community, security is the #1 goal. We have to have security around our perimeter to protect us and prevent us from those type of things. Without it, we have nothing. If anybody could just come up on your land, then you failed at your job of protecting the people. People should be at the front gate and have to buzz a buzzer to get into your land. Or call you on the phone and say, hey, bro, can you come down and let me in? But for somebody to just be able to come in and ride straight up with no one checking them, then that means that the leadership is not doing their job. For children to grow up from their youth into teenage years and be failures at 90% of the things in life that means a productive individual, that means that the leadership is not doing their job. That's what I loved about Dawid. Dawid made sure that the people's needs was taken care of before he did his own needs. He had come back from a raid of destroying a whole nation, going to war. He won all the booties of war or the spoils of war. He take it back. He get the Most High his portion, give the people his their portion, and then he keep the rest for himself, if he takes anything at all. That's the mind of Dawid. That's the mind of true leadership. My brother Elijah, you have a comment, question?
Kang, I hear you. When you know, somebody. That's why the point. That's one of the reasons why you set captains over hundreds and thousands or so. If something go wrong, you can go to them. However, you can still teach people the right way, and they still can go astray. That ain't on you. If you told them, that's not on you anymore. And I'm talking about as far as your own house. That's something different. You control your own house, but everything ain't on the person. Especially if you said you did the best you could, and if you told them, you can't even get away with that right now because you already know the Torah. You already know it, so you can't say you don't know. I'm just saying, I hear you. That's why you judge every single person according to their ways. So you can teach your kids. I seen it. My own siblings. You can teach them. You know, came up the same way I came up. Where are they? Blowing in the fucking wind. Can't rely on them for shit. I mean, I'm really. So I know because I was there. So you got to consider too. It said 2/3 are going to be cut off, yo. Just 2/3. That's just wicked. And that third part, he gonna bring to the fire, and then he gonna sort them out too. So I seen it go both ways. Shalom even said, you know, that's why one thing he said at one point, you know, he was just walking you through it, you know, his heart, and he said, I look back on the works I done, and it was all vanity. He said, so I hated life because I did all this, and I'm gonna have to leave it to somebody else, and who knows whether he's gonna be wise or evil. In the end, it said, don't matter. Fear Elohim, keep this command. He knows it's going to be well with the righteous. It's like it always is. You don't watch over his word to perform it. He does. So that when I hear you, but when I hear it displeased, that's why I read that about Melech Dawid. Because it said it displeased. When he said he was displeased at Yah, his pleasure was to please Yah. So every single time, the wicked is a ransom for the righteous. I know who wasn't wicked. Melech Dawid, I know that for sure. So who comes in instead? Like I said, it said the oxen stumbled. It ain't say he caught the ark and put it back. I ain't say that. He probably just like natural reaction. He just you know touched the joint. He seen something falling and probably touched it. That's not what y'all told you to do. You probably been better off if it looked like it's gonna fall, let it fall.
All right, bro. All right.
So with Melech Dawid, it still seemed like you trying Melech Dawid. Yeah, he paid for his mistake. What he did, we didn't get away with that at all. But as far as being able for you to say that he was wrong, he didn't do something right, Melech Dawid wasn't the problem. It's Yisrael the problem. You did right as long as anytime y'all rose up and judge, you did right as long as they was alive. When they died, you went worse and worse. When Melech Dawid fought, even when he numbered Yisrael, he said, y'all use him to judge you because you asked for it. When he numbered the people, it said Yisrael messed up again. You can't be scorned. You can't. You all the way to king.
All right.
They
All
can't
right.
nobody tell you what to do. You're hired in the judge. Don't worry about the priest. You need both of them so you can come close to Yah. Don't worry about Levi looking to join the arm of Yah. And he stretched it out. So it ain't just one person. The king is different. He's one man. Out of all the tribes, he different. But you got Levi that have been joined to him. You need both of them. Malek Dawid, because it pleased him to praise Yah. How you know you got songs? He's doing it all the whole time. He wasn't lying deceit. Because you don't get there. You won't even get there. I promise you, you won't even get there this season.
Okay, my brother. Appreciate the comment. Appreciate it very much. All right, let's get back to the reading. Now we're at a place right now where Dawid is now afraid of the Most High and is at a place where he's saying, I don't want the ark to come into my home yet. Think about it, fam. When the Most High speaks to you and says, I want you to serve me, and you hear it, you know it, but you're not ready to give up the worldly things. You're not really ready to step away from the worldly doings. And then the Most High picks somebody else. And then you say, oh, and it could be your homie, your brother was next to you. He gave you the option to walk with him, but you decided you wasn't ready yet. But your brother said, I'm ready. So your brother go forward. And the Most High is advancing your brother. He's elevating in so many ways, but yet your life is not progressing. But you look at your brother and you get jealous at your brother because your brother is doing things and you know that the Most High is behind your brother in all that he's doing, but yet you had the opportunity just like your brother to do it. So you become jealous of your brother, envious of your brother, and you begin to talk down about your brother, and you want others to feel the same way that you feel about your brother. And it's all because your brother did something that the Most High gave you the opportunity to do, but because you couldn't commit yourself wholeheartedly, the Most High gave it to someone else. And he let you witness it with your eyes, the other person's success. And you grow up envious of that individual. We're going to read a story very soon to that. Read on, please.
All right, 2 Samuel 6, verse 11.
Verse
In
10. Start at 10, please.
Okay, verse 10. So King David would not remove the ark of the Most High unto him into the city of David, but David carried it aside into the house of Obed-Edom to the
He gave the most sacred thing into the house of someone else. He moved it somewhere else because he was afraid and didn't want to bring it unto himself. He wasn't ready. He was afraid. And then the Most High going to bless somebody else. And what does he do? He get jealous. Oh, no. Go back, get that ark. Go get that ark. Bring it back. Bring it over here. No, it can't be in his house. I want it back to my house. And that's how we do in life, fam. You wonder why some people don't like you? Some people don't like you. They don't even know why, but their reason for not liking you has everything to do with the spirit that's in you that's not in them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're willing to do what they were not willing to do. And then when they see the benefits in your life, they became envious of you. And any opportunity they got to speak ill about you or to show their dislike to, they might smile in your face, but in their heart, they hold envy and jealousy for you. Because you're doing the things that they don't want to put forth the effort to do, but yet angry with you because you do it, or angry or jealous and envious of you because you do it. My brother Yaakov, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. So David had fear, and he took the ark, to the house of Obed-Edom. So but it was told to him, an advisor, someone came to David and told him of the blessings. So we know from reading and telling him, and the writings of David, how he was a man of Yah's heart. So obviously, I don't think he may have been jealous. I think he might have inquired to the Father, and I think he might have checked the laws, because this is the characteristics of David. And then when he found out about what he needed to do, he took better action. So yet we did see David in motion, and we all want the blessing, but he corrected himself. So I don't think, from knowing the nature of David and all the errors he has made, that he was jealous. He was envious of that, but he wanted the blessings, and he had to. I know he went and inquired to Abba, and his advisors tell him, this is what we need to do to get it over here safely. He knew that something was wrong, and he had to get some sort of advisor. I don't know, it was Nathan, whoever it was, but then he figured out a way how to get that and get the blessing at the same time. And I think that's what brought the blessings and the understanding to him. So at some point he missed the understanding, but by someone bringing it to him, they said pertaining to, that he must have inquired, because that's his nature from what we read. So that's what I have to say.
Well, thank you for saying all that you say, but I like my interpretation better.
And I like mine, but I agree.
And what you're saying does show the character of Dawid. It does. But I'm not teaching Dawid, I have to teach the people. So I have to show people how people are in their natural form. Now, I'm not saying that Dawid was an envious person, that he had any reason to be jealous of anyone. But this is what happens with people today in our lives. When they see you progressing and they know that the Most High is with you, and you're doing things that they wouldn't do, they become envious of you because of the time that you put in, the study that you put in, the research that you put in on your own behavior, your own attitude, and how you conduct yourself. You walk in a certain way, but that takes work. It didn't just fall out of the sky and you became the person that you are today. It took trial and tribulation, many mistakes and many errors to develop into the individual that you are. But they didn't want to put that work in. Therefore, they still eating pork chops, hog maw, and pig feet. They still eating oxtail and ribeye steaks and turkey sandwiches and chicken breasts. What's wrong with all that stuff, Prince? Research, look it up and check it out. But they don't put in the work. And then when they get sick, they wonder, well, how am I sick? Prince ain't sick. Prince put the work in, made the sacrifices, stop eating all that poison because he wanted to live. All that white sugar, all that salt. I'm just speaking hypothetically, fam, but apply it where it fits in. These are the reality things of life. Anything that you want, you got to put the work in. So if you want to live healthy, you got to separate from the things you know that's causing you not to be healthy. And a lot of the foods we eat are killing us. If you want to be a spiritual person, then separate from the things that keeps you from being a spiritual person. Walking around with envy and jealousy is killing us. If you want to be wealthy, then separate from the things that cause you to be poor. Spending your money on things that profited you not, you'll never be wealthy. These are the realities of life. A lot of people don't want to put the time in to get the things that they want. All they would have to do is put in a little time. So here we have Dawid. With the Ark of the Covenant, he became angry or upset or fearful of the Creator. All three things happened in those two verses. So he says, well, you're going to put the Ark over here. So the Ark goes over here. And the moment that the person come to Dawid and say, hey, man, Obed-Edom is receiving great blessings from the Creator, because of the Ark of the Covenant. Sure, my brother Yaqub is right. Sure, Dawid went out and researched and investigated and inquired of the Creator. Sure he did, because he got it right the second time around. That lets you know that he did. But I like to teach it the way I'm teaching it. And the way I'm teaching it is for the individuals who are the listening audience to alleviate these bad traits and characteristics from their personality to make us a better people. That's all I'm saying, bro. And sis, that's all I'm saying. Watch the work that you put into this to determine the results that you get out of it. My sister got on the phone today and she said something about it's hard work. She was absolutely right. Give me a high five, girl. She was absolutely right. It's hard work serving this king. But the more you do it, that work becomes pleasure. It becomes like second nature to you. You will become a different individual the more you do it. When it's hard, it's because those spirits that you got on you don't want to let you go. So those spirits will cause your mind to travel in places and you're struggling mentally with either being righteous, doing the things you know you're supposed to do and walking in your integrity, or still being a part of the world. And when you give over to righteousness, you're not a fool. Don't let nobody come up and smack you on one side and you say, oh, I got to turn around and smack me on the other side too. That ain't righteousness, that's foolishness. That's what those religions teach you. But your test will come. The Most High will challenge you to see who you are and where you are in this walk. And your job is to be the very best individual that you can possibly be, walking in your integrity. All right, let's read on. Take that mic, please, Ishi, and let's start at verse 11.
Verse 11, and the ark of the Creator continued in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months. And the Most High blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. And it was told to King David, saying, the Most High has blessed the house of Obed-Edom and all that pertaineth unto him, because of the ark of the Creator. So David went and brought up the ark of the Creator from the house of Obed-Edom into the city of David with gladness.
Now stop. The foundation was put in proper perspective now. He realized what needed to be done, or he was told, or he was taught, or he researched, or he studied. But he realized what needed to be done. The foundation was in proper order. So now everything that he do after the foundation is in order is a blessing, as opposed to bringing about a curse. What did he do? He said, hey, man, this brother getting all these blessings over here because of the house. Let me go get this Ark of the Covenant. I want them blessings too. Let me go get the Ark of the Covenant and bring it up to my house. And what did he do? He got his men in order. He got the Levitical priesthood in order. He carried the ark in the manner in which it was supposed to, but his spirit was with joy. He did all these things with the spirit of joy. The Most High don't want you to serve him if you're not going to serve him willingly. It has to be willingly and joyfully when you serve this king. If you're complaining and bickering about everything, the Most High don't want no part of that. If you're reluctant to do things because you just don't feel like doing it, knowing that you should be doing it in order of the Most High, he don't want you to do it. Watch what happens. They dance and they shout and they get in. They doing it right. But this time it's acceptable because it's done with a proper foundation. You follow me? It's done with the proper foundation. Everything that you do in life has to be done with the proper foundation. If it's not, it's going to fall apart and crumble swiftly. Or it can last, but it'll be a den of evildoers. And that too, you got to be careful of. Because although an institution has been established for a period of time, and they might got 300-400 people in their institution, don't mean that those people are living righteously. That's a difference. Read on, please.
Verse 13. And it was so that when they that bear the ark of the Most High had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed oxen and fatlings.
Now watch that. Watch that. Watch what she said. And those that bear the ark. I thought it was going on the cart. I thought the oxen was carrying it. No, they got it right. Those men that bore the ark would travel 6 paces, and then they would sacrifice a cattle, an ox. So they was doing it big right now. They were doing it big. They probably had to travel 50, 60 miles. Who knows? I don't know. But whatever they were doing, they did it with great joy and enthusiasm toward the Creator, just as you should do when you walk in the ways of the Creator. Read on, please.
And King David danced before the Most High with all his might.
Now, they wasn't just out there singing and dancing and shouting. David was right there with them. But what that say? It said he was dancing with all his might. He lost his mind. Sister was talking earlier about the Holy Ghost and speaking in tongues. There you go, right there. That's the righteous version of it. David was gone. He was so prayerful and joyful in the spirit before the Almighty that he danced right out of his clothes. When you get to this place in your spirit, now I've seen this in reality. I've seen in the house of worship, certain people will really get emotional with the Creator and cry. And every week, that's how they will worship the Creator, in tears. Others who didn't act like that would make fun of that individual, say that they faking, they're not real. It's always the onlookers or the people who refuse to put any energy and the time and be real and do the things that you're willing to do that's going to criticize and bring up about things about you that they themselves have a deficit in doing toward this way of life. I've seen women who cried in Shabbat service, and I mean really cried out almost every week or every other week to the Most High, almost, because our services was very spiritually intense. We did singing, we did everything. We was praising the Creator, we did testimony. We got up and we talked about our most intimate secrets with the Creator before the people. But we talked about our fears, our goals, our achievements, our accomplishment, our failures. We talked about all those things openly. And that brings people to tears when you speak in reality. You speak in real. You're not hiding anything. And some of the people who wasn't opening up and sharing their real truth will sit back and criticize the people who were. David at this particular time is dancing before the Most High, professing his real joy and pleasure in the Creator. He danced so hard that he danced out of a lot of his clothes. It's not that he was butt naked. In my opinion, he had on a little wrap and he also had on the ephod. So it wasn't that he was butt naked. He had on some things. But David came out of his clothes, and a king is not supposed to do things like that. He wasn't doing it for the people. He was doing it because he was giving glory to the Creator. But this certain onlooker is going to see what he's doing. A woman that you know is already bitter. A woman that you know already got an attitude and already angry. Remember what I said to you. When people don't give their all to something you giving your all to, they become angry with you. Now watch how the story goes. Where was this woman at when all the people was in the street rejoicing before the Creator? Where was she at? Was she in the street with them? Was she even rejoicing before the Creator? People will stand from a distance and judge you based on what you're doing and they're not doing. Watch what happens and read on, please.
Verse 14, and King David danced before the Most High with all his might, and King David was girded with a linen ephod. So King David and all the house of Israel brought up the ark of the Creator with shouting and with the sound of the trumpet.
Oh, they're getting it in. With shouting and the sound of the trumpet. Y'all remember when we established this land and we start doing things righteousness, we got to have shouting, we got to have trumpets, we got to have tambourines, we got to have drums, we got to have all that musical instrument that's natural music. We need all that stuff to really shout and praise before this king. And the wonderful thing about it, this is what I like. We could do it all night long. Ain't nobody coming to put us out. Ain't nobody coming to say, yo, man, your time is up. Yo, ho, it's 4 o'clock, man. Y'all got to go. Ain't nobody bothering us. Beautiful. Beautiful. Read on, please. Tell us what they doing. Tell us what they doing.
Verse 16, and as the ark of the Most High came into the city of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looked through a window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Creator, and she despised him in her heart.
What did she do? She despised him in her heart, but where was she at? She wasn't participating in the festivities. She wasn't giving the Creator joy and praise. She wasn't out there singing, playing a musical instrument. That spirit wasn't on her. Nobody in that audience said anything against Dawid because everybody in the audience was feeling that spirit. But she, who was an outsider at the time, and I say outsider because she wasn't participating, she's quick to judge the man of the Most High. She's quick to point her finger and find fault in the man of the Most High. Easy to do. But she could have been participating just like he was. And then she would have saw things differently. But because she was on a different side of the fence, she couldn't see the joy, the passion, the excitement, the energy that was transferring from soul to soul to soul to soul that was participating in that event. She was in her window, looking out of a window, examining, looking at what it looked like to her. And the only thing she could think about was how he might be enticing one of the young women. Y'all sisters know how they go. I'm sure y'all do. I'm sure y'all know how they go. He just trying to tease, he trying to look sexy for the women. No, man, he giving it up to the Creator. He's doing this for the Almighty, not no woman. And sometimes your miscalculation of a man of the Most High will cause you to suffer for the rest of your life. You can accuse the Most High servant of something, and the Most High will cause you to suffer for a long time. And that's what she did, and she paid the price for that. Read on, let's see what happens, please.
Verse 17, and they brought in the ark of the Most High and set it in its place, in the midst of the tabernacle that King David had pitched for it. And King David offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Creator.
He's doing it big before the Almighty.
And as soon as King David made an end of offering burnt offerings and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Most High of Hosts. And he dealt among all the people, even among the whole multitude of Israel, as well to the women as men, to every one a cake of bread and a good piece of flesh and a flagon of wine. So all the people departed, everyone to his house. Then King David returned to bless his household. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet King David and said,
Now, Dawid is returning back now to bless his household, to bring that same energy and spirit that he had back to his house where his wife Michal was. She wasn't the only one there, but she was there. You follow me? And because Michal wasn't participating in the service of the Most High, this is what I be trying to tell these sisters and these brothers, but you got to be careful about the person you bring in your life. If they're not serving the Most High as you are serving the Most High, or at least trying to serve him as you are serving him, these type of things will happen in your life. There will be a disruption. There will be interruptions in how you move when it comes to the Creator. Like, for example, you'll be keeping the Shabbat day, and he or she in the kitchen cooking pork chops and applesauce. You'll be trying to better and cleanse your spirit, and he or she are being right next to you talking about how they're going to hurt somebody. Because I feel like he did me wrong. Why? Because he stepped on my shoes. These things might sound simple right now because we're sitting back talking about it. But when you're in that state of mind, that's how you respond. Ignorantly. And you allow little things to get in your way. I watched this story about this man. This man, and some of you might have seen this. But this man stands before a class of people and he takes a jar. He put golf balls and rocks in the jar. And he asked the people in the audience, he says, "This jar full?" And he headed up to the top. People say, "Yeah, it's full." So he take the jar and put little pebbles in there, and the pebbles go down in all the cracks and crevices. He says, "Is this jar full now?" The people say, "Yeah, it's full." Then he takes sand and pours sand in the jar. He said, "Now, is the jar full?" They said, "Yeah, it's full." So he takes some water and pulls some water in. He says, "Now, is the jar full?" The people say, "Yeah, the jar is full." So the man takes all the stuff out the jar. He said, "You see all this stuff I had in that jar? That's your life." He said something like, "If I would have took the sand and filled the small particles, the sand and the little pebbles and the water, and filled that jar up first, I wouldn't have been able to put the big things into that jar." Anybody following me? The answer to this whole thing is this. If this is your life, and you take all the small things and you focus on all the little things in life, then you got no space for the large things in life that really mean something. You too worry about and focus on the little things. The little things will fill your mind up and consume you and overpower you, where the real things or the big things don't even have space to fit in your life. And those are the things that you really need. And that's how we are as a people. We let the little things in life affect us in our decision making and how we move. We are so discombobulated with little issues. Purple shoes, and I didn't want you to purple shoes. Stop wearing purple shoes when you're around me. It might sound silly to you and I because we don't argue about those things, but you'd be surprised of the type of things that people who are in relationships, when they let little-minded people with little issues destroy their whole future. The big things that was in the bottle first. Those are the most important things. But when you reverse the process and you focus more on the little issues, things that don't really matter, you will become full with little issues and little problems. And plus, you're not handling them. There's a lesson in that if you're listening, a strong, powerful lesson. Some people are overthinkers and they overthink on little things. They don't overthink on the big things that are necessary and needed to maintain life and to elevate life to another level. They're focused on little, small stuff that really are irrelevant and really don't make a difference what way you go with it, because it's not going to affect your future. So just let it go and spend your time and energy on focusing on the real things, the big things, the major things that matter in your life. All right? All right. Let's go forward. Where we at? And now we return to his home.
Yes,
Verse 20.
20. And then King David returned to bless his household, and Michal, the daughter of Saul, came out to meet King David and said, "How glorious was the king of Israel today, who uncovered himself today in the eyes of the handmaids of his servants, as one of the vain fellows shamelessly uncovered himself." And King
She
David
found
said,
fault. I'm sorry. She found fault in Dawid. One thing a wife should never do, a wife should never find fault in her husband and dwell on it. If you find fault in your husband, you mention it to him once, maybe twice, leave it alone. Let the Most High judge him. Because you will be taking matters out of your hands. You have no authority over your husband. Once, maybe twice. And if he doesn't get the message, go to the Creator. Because if you keep nagging and nagging and nagging, you're going to become a thorn in his side. And that's going to be displeasing to him. But he's going to have so much passion for you that he wants you to be happy. He's going to start thinking about you and more about why he ain't making you happy or whatever he ain't doing. But it's going to take his mind off of the big things in life, like providing and keeping a job and taking care of you and nurturing you and protecting you and being a good man to you, because of the little things that you're nagging him about is going to steal him and rob him of his energy. And we men, we have so many things that we dealing with on a daily from the world that we shouldn't have to come home and deal with those things from our Isha or our Nashim. And it can happen. She will nag and nag and nag. And next thing you know, you're losing your job, you're getting fired. How are you getting fired? Or your business is not prospering. Why isn't my business prospering? Because at home, all you have is negative energy. And when you're out doing your job, you can't think properly because that negative energy is affecting the way you think, your thought process. A lot of people don't take it to that level, but that's a reality. How much more successful are you when things are going well in your life, as opposed to when you got issues and problems at home in your life? Y'all thinking about divorce and separation and all that old type stuff. How successful are you then? It's not the same. Because although it might not be in the forefront of your mind, it's in the back of your mind and it's consuming energy. It's consuming energy. Read on, please.
verse 21, and King David said to Michal, it was before the Most High, which chose me before thy father and before all his house, to appoint me ruler over the people of the Most High, over Israel. Therefore will I play before the Most High. And I will yet be more vile than this, and be base in my own sight. And of the maidservants which thou hast spoken of them shall I be had in honor. Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child unto the day of her death.
All she was worried about was him showing off for the young ladies. She said, if I wanted them, I could have them, and I would have them in honor. They will be a better wife than you, because you're dishonoring me. That's not what this was about. This was about the Most High. There's a lot for us to learn in that lesson there, fam. And I pray that I have helped to show and reveal some of the messages that are hidden in those scriptures for us today in this day and time. I did have another chapter that I wanted to go to, but this one took so long. We're not going to go there. And that was Daniel's, the 10th chapter. Whenever you get a chance, just read it. It's a really good chapter. And one of the points that I wanted to bring out in Daniel, the 10th chapter, it's a different subject, but Daniel prayed for his ancestors. Those who had went before him, he actually prayed for them. So there's nothing wrong with you praying for your forefathers. Nothing. But why would he pray for them if it's nothing for them to receive? He prayed that the Most High would forgive them of their iniquities and their transgressions that they have committed before him. But if there was nothing for them to receive, the dead receives nothing, the dead knows nothing. There was nothing for them to receive, then why would he pray for them? That the Most High will forgive them. It's a powerful thing. All right, my brother, you got the floor, Elijah.
I was asking, what did you mean by pray for your forefathers? What you mean by that?
Well, so you're going to make me pull that chapter. We can go there if you want to go there. It's up to the people. You know, y'all people run the show. I don't run nothing. What I mean is you can pray for the sins, that the Creator will forgive the sins of your forefathers, their transgressions, and how they may have fallen short in their service to him. You can pray for them. And that's through scripture. You'll see that as an example. Not pray to them, but pray for them. Pray that the Most High will forgive them of their iniquities, forgive them for their wickedness and their transgressions. All right? Are there any other questions?
So when you pray for, you want to pray for them because they already received judgment.
Say it again. Say it again.
Right? And I mean, you wouldn't be praying for them because they already received judgment. You'd be praying for you and your children, then, right? Asking to forgive us because that means you receiving, he visited the iniquity of the fathers on the sons into the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. But he'll show mercy to thousands of them, keep this commandment. That's how you show them that you love them, by keeping his commandments. You wouldn't be praying for the dead because they're dead. Their memory would be a blessing, but you'll pray for him to get us out of here and give you a sign that he heard you. Okay. When he asks you, you don't. When he do answer you, you can't deny that he answered you. That's bad. That's very bad. It's spooky.
All right. Daniel's the 9th chapter. And I'll read this quickly so that we all get understanding. Daniel's the 9th chapter, not the 10th chapter, the 9th chapter. It says, in the first year of Darius, the son of Osiris, of the seed of the Medes, who was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans, in the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by book the number of years whereon the Creator, the word of the Most High, came to Jeremiah the prophet, for the accomplishment of the desolations of Jerusalem, even 70 years. And I set my face unto the Creator to seek by prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth. And I prayed unto the Most High, my Elohim, and made confession and said, O Yotzer, the great and dreadful Elohim, who keepeth covenants and loving kindness with them that love him and keep his commandments. He said, we have sinned and have dealt perversely and have done wickedly and have rebelled, even turned aside from thy precepts and from thy ordinances. Neither have we hearkened unto the servants, the prophets, that spake in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our forefathers, and to all the people of the land. O Yotzer, righteousness belongs unto thee, but unto us confusion of face, as it is this day. To the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and unto all Israel that are near, and that are far off, through all the countries whither thou hast driven them, because of their trespasses, and they have trespassed against thee. O Yotzer, to us belongeth confusion of faces, to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, because we have sinned against thee. To thee, O Creator, our Elohim, belongeth mercy and forgiveness, for we have rebelled against thee. Neither have we obeyed the voice of Yotzer, our Elohim, to walk in his laws, which he set before us by his servants, the prophets. Yea, all Israel have transgressed thy laws, even turning aside, that they shall not obey thy voice. Therefore have the curse been poured out upon us, and an oath that is written in the law of Moshe, the servant of Elohim, for we have sinned against him. And he have confirmed his words, which he spake against us, and against our judges that judged us, bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven have not been done as has been done unto Jerusalem. And is it written, as it is written in the laws of Moshe, all this evil has come upon us, yet have we not entreated favor of the Most High our Elohim, that we should turn from our iniquities and have discernment of truth. Therefore have the Creator watched over the evil and brought it upon us. For Yod said our Elohim is righteous in all of his works which he has doeth, and we have not obeyed his voice. And of course, when it says we have not obeyed his voice, it's speaking collectively, us as a people, not individually. And now our Creator, our Elohim, that has brought thy people forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand, and has gotten thee renowned as it is this day, we have sinned, we have done wickedly. O Creator, according to all thy righteousness, let thy anger and thy wrath, I pray thee, be turned away from the city Yerushalayim, thy holy mountain, because of our sins and the iniquities of our forefathers. Yerushalayim and thy people are become a reproach to all that are round about us. Now therefore, our Elohim, hearken unto the prayers of thy servant and to the supplications, and cause thy face to shine upon the sanctuary that is desolate for the Creator's sake. O my Elohim, incline thy ear and hear, open thy eyes and behold our desolation, and the city which is called by thy name, for we have not we do not present our supplications before thee for our righteousness, but for thy great mercy's sake. O Creator, hear. O Creator, forgive. O Creator, hearken and do, defer not for thy own sake, O my Elohim, because thy city and thy people are caught by thy name. And while I was speaking and praying, all right, he didn't go into the depth like I thought he went into the depth, but I'm gonna read on. He says, and while I was speaking and praying and confessing my sins and the sins of my people and presenting my supplication before the Creator, my Elohim, for the holy mountain of my Elohim, yea, while I was speaking in prayer, the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the beginning, being caused to fly swiftly, touched me from the time of the even oblation. And he instructed me and talked with me and said, oh, Daniel, this is one of my most powerful chapters in the whole book, especially this part right here, this verse. He says, oh, Daniel, I am now come forth to give thee wisdom and understanding. This is it right here. At the beginning of thy supplication, the commandment went forth, and I am come to tell thee, for thou art greatly beloved. Therefore, consider the matter and understand the vision. All right. Then he goes on and talks about the 70 weeks and the 70 years. But what I was looking at and what I thought was present in this particular verse was when Daniel prayed for the Creator to forgive our forefathers. He touched on it briefly, but he didn't get into details like I thought he did in this portion. I thought he talked more about the forgiveness of the sins of our forefathers, but that was just a little bit. All right. So that's all I can say about that portion. Sister Trucilia, you have your hand up?
Yes. I as you were reading, what came to my thoughts is that because of what Daniel was saying, is that the sins of our forefathers is still prominent within us, and it was passed down to us from our forefathers. We all have the potential to go backwards, like they did. And so, as Daniel was playing collectively, he's remembering the sins of our forefather, because that is still within us. Because it says that, I think there was some place in scripture that it will be passed down from generation to generation. You know, the stain is still there. You know, it's not easily rubbed off. So Daniel is right in praying, not for our forefathers, but for the sins of, because the sinning is a spiritual thing, and spiritual things never die, you know, and it's very prominent. We it's like it is infectious. And as it is, as our forefathers sin, it is passed down. It's passed down. It's just there. It's just there. And so I believe that that is what Daniel was referring to and pleading, because it's right there with us right now.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. You finish this?
Yes, yes.
All right, Toda Rabah. My brother Yaakov.
Yes, yes. I know the chapter, I think it was chapter 12 you wanted to go to. And we were talking earlier about the Malachim, Michael.
Yes.
But you know, in the chronology of Daniel, chapter 9 is with Darius, which came after Cyrus, because 9 is Darius, 10 is Cyrus, and then back to 9, or back to Darius is in 11. See, it'll tell you in the beginning. That's why we have to be careful in some of it. The thought stop. So you see it in the beginning of Darius, chapter 9, it says, in the first year of Darius. Then when you begin in the first chapter of 10, it says, in the third year of Cyrus. Then in chapter 11, it says, although in the first year of Darius, so it skips.
Yes.
So we got to remember that it's not in chronological order. Just like in Exodus 24, it stops at 24, and then it talks about the building of the tabernacle only until it gets to 31, and 32 picks back up. So that's why we have to be, you know, mindful of that. But the piece where we ask for the forgiveness of our sins of our forefathers, no different than the book of Baruch. So we definitely have to, in our repentance, to say we have to ask for the, you know, forgive for their sins, you know, so we can speak out while we're alive on that aspect. And then those things are important, rather than just not, because like my parents did, I was just to, you know, honor my father and mother, but they may not be walking in the way righteously. I can only pray for them and ask for mercy for them, but I can't, you know, but in the prayer, it's important to do that.
Very good.
So that's
Very
all
good
I want.
analogy. Very good analogy. Sister Trucelia, did you have your hand up again?
No, I just need to take it down. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So family, we have reached that part of our day again. What time is it? 3 o'clock? We reached that part of our day, fam. What we gonna do? Y'all ready to go? We're gonna close it out now. Who would like to make prayer and close us out? Would anyone like to close us out in prayer?
I'll do it.
Great, wonderful.
Psalm 90. Prayer Moshe, Nana Elohim, Adonai, you've been a dwelling place unto us in all generations. Before the mountains are brought forth, wherever you gave it birth to the earth and the worlds, everlasting to everlasting, you're Elohim. You turn man back to dust and said, return your sons of Adam. 1,000 years in your sight of yesterday is past and the watching the night. He carries them away with the flood, they're asleep. In the morning, they're like grass will sprout afresh. In the morning, it bloometh and sprout afresh. In the evening, it's cut down and withered. They consume your anger by your wrath, and we heard it with. You'll set our iniquities before you. My secret sins are like your countenance. All days are passed away in your wrath. We bring our years until it's told. You did our years of 80 years and 10. And even by reason of strength 80 years. You guys, their pride, but travail and vanity. Just soon all about, and we fly away. with the power of your anger and your wrath according to the fear, do it to you. So teach us to number our days. Get us all the wisdom. Eternal Yahweh, how long? Repent you concerning your servants. Satisfy in the morning with your mercy. We exalt and rejoice all our days. Make us rejoice according to the day when you afflicted us. Yeah, we have seen evil. With your work preparing to your servants. And your glory upon their children. And let the grace and the Adonai be upon us, establish you also upon us the work of our hands. That's the work of our hands, establish you it. You know what I mean?
Brother, you finished?
I can keep going if you want. You
Well,
got dwelt in
I'm
the
just
covert
asking
most
if you're
high.
done. If you're done, you're done. I mean, you just got silent. I didn't hear you close it out.
He that dwells in the cobra El Young, about in the shadow shall die. See, I say Yahweh, who is my refuge and my fortress. Elohai, whom I trust. The head deliver you from the snare, the fowler, and from the noisome pestilence. Cover you with this pinion. And this wing shall you take refuge. It's truth. It's a shield and a buckler. Not be afraid of terror by night, nor the arrow that flies by day, the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor the plague that ravages at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand. It won't come near you. When you your eyes shall you look on and see the retribution of the wicked. For you, I made Yah, who is my refuge, young, your dwelling place, there shall no evil befall you. You shall be plague come near your tent. They give his angels charge you, keep you in all your ways. They shall bear thee upon the hand, lest you dash your foot against the stone. You'll tread upon the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent shall you trample. Because they said, love upon me, therefore I believe. I said, I'm on high because you know my name. Called upon me, I answer, I'll be with him in trouble. I'll rescue him and bring the honor. The days will I satisfy, never let them see my salvation. You know what I mean?
May the Most High be praised from everlasting till everlasting. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. All right. Are there any questions? Anyone have any questions before we close out? No questions? No comments? Did anybody learn anything today? Anybody learn anything new today or anything that can help be useful in their lives? Yes, Ishi.
Sorry, let me put my hand down. I learned that we should not be concerned about how people view our worship to the Creator and your relationship with Him. I do think that having your own relationship with the Creator is going to set the foundation for your own life and way of thinking, and then translate that into how you deal with your people, your brother and sisters. But it just goes back to kind of like how I was brought up in a Christian church, right? Like they didn't care at the church, like they did that shouting and stuff, but they didn't care that people were looking at them in a certain type of way, right? And now that I know better, I'm seeing this story, and King David didn't either. You know, he truly didn't. And also, so that's what I learned today. And then with that, what my sister wife had said earlier, like with King David's wife, I forgot her name, Maacah, when she questioned him, she had put a different perspective on the woman's side of things, saying that her desire wasn't towards her husband. She had a different, she just had a bad outlook on him. Whether she thought it was right or wrong, she had a bad outlook on him, and it cost her. And that's really important for women too. And I didn't even think of it from that perspective deeply like that. But when she had said that out loud, I thought that tied in really well, because she, King David's wife, did not approve of him. She had hatred in his heart. And as wives, we should not have hatred in our hearts towards our husbands. That's weird. So yeah, I learned those things today.
All right, very good. May the Most High be praised. Anyone else? You have the floor, sis.
I learned that we cannot deter from the Most High's laws. We can't do things the easy way because it's a little bit easier. We have to stick to what the law is and do it the right way the Most High intended.
Very good. May the Most High be praised. Very good. Yes, Ishi? Iman, you got the floor.
I learned that, everybody has a position to play. And that when you step out of your role, which the Most High has already given to you, you can alter not just your own path, but others' paths. So it's important to maintain your integrity, and your path, because one small veer to the right or to the left can alter so many. It can alter generations for future generations. We know that from the story of King David and just other people, when you veer off your path. So, and then when you don't stay in position. So like, a lot of people don't like to accept certain positions that they have, but something that, I do within myself is I always remind myself that every position is important, no matter how little or big, because without the little or the big or the in the middle, something is gonna not get done if you don't have everybody together, working together and doing their job. And kind of like, my sister's wife touched on, with the wife, with the woman, and it also falls into with your community or your congregation. Like you can't be under leadership or rulership of a leader if you don't understand that leader's goal, or if you don't agree with it. Then why be in that congregation or in that community? Because basically you're going against what you really desire, and then what that person is pushing for to be, you won't be really participating wholeheartedly, because your desire is not the same, and you may not even trust that leader. So I just think, it encompasses so much what we learned today. And it just made me kind of like appreciate the roles that have come before me so much more. Because if it wasn't for them staying on the path that that the Most High put them to stay on the path for, then, certain, it's like, where would I be today? Would I even be sitting here, with brothers and sisters learning or knowing of the Creator in the capacity that I am? So it's like, we just have to be thankful and be mindful of who we are, whose we are, and stay grounded in that.
Very, very good. Thank you very much. Who we are and whose we are, and stay grounded in that. Okay. Anyone else? All right, fam. Well, I thank everyone for coming out again. And once again, I thank you, my brother Yaakov, for filling in for last week. Very much appreciated. Something you want to say? Can't hear you.
I don't know how to lower that emoji. I wasn't trying to do that. But I will ask if everybody can pray for my family. My uncle, who is like in the movement, who's in the Black Power movement for all my life. He's been in prison for over 40 years. I got a call today saying that he's passing away. And, just the dedication that him and my parents and so many others have done for our movement. It just saddens me that this government will keep us in bondage for so long when we are doing the Creator's work. So just pray, because my cousins have not seen their father on the outside of those bars in 42 years. And the time that they get to see him tomorrow, he'll be passing. So just keep my family in prayer.
All right, will do. May the Most High be pleased. Any questions or comments before we close out? All right, family. May the Most High be with you all until the next time we meet. But keep the words of these lessons in your mind. Don't just talk about it, actually be about it. Production is what this is about. For a lot of organizations, you go to work every day. If you're not productive, they get rid of you. So how do you think the Most High feels? Are you producing? Are you being productive in the nation of Israel toward our future? Or are you just talking like a lot of people do? May the Most High be with you all. Shalom, shalom.
It's you, brother. Don't worry about
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
it. Everyone.
Shalom.